No. 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 No.
Alrighty. Can you hear me now, everybody? Ho ho. Okay, so looks like we got audio in the mix now. Fantastic. So it's been quite some time since we've gone live, but that's all right because we're doing a 12-hour marathon. We're gonna start it off right. We've been playing a lot of Path of Exile, explaining a lot of basics to everybody. We are going to basically be doing a little Let's Play where we're starting the new season. We're explaining all the basics. It's a free-to-play game, a game I love, close to my heart. Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. We have quite the season ahead of us. Lots of new stuff to explain. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They've got a total overhaul of about 30 skills in the game. 30 skills, revamped, totally new meta. New league mechanic is really fun. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to start playing and we're just going to talk about it while it happens. That seems like the most kind of organic way to make this happen. So that being said, I have logged on for the league already just to kind of get a feel for it. Yeah, it should be a blast. I've played just a little bit. I have not played this build at all, which is going to be exciting. It is a build that I've played in the past. It's called Arc Ignite, and even if you've never played Path of Exile, it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be a lot of fun. The gist of it is that we're going to be using the ability Arc. It is going to... we're going to be using the ability Arc. It is going to be electrocuting a ton of stuff. Arc doesn't deal a whole lot of damage, but every time we Arc, we're going to be igniting our enemies. We're going to be lighting them on fire. And Ignite does deal a ton of damage. So it's literally called Arc Ignite. If you have seen the... let me lower the volume on the game here. Yeah, if you've seen the little infographic I made on Facebook, then you know what I've got there. A Song of Arc and Fire. Alrighty, so, let's see. Tons of notifications here. I went ahead and posted so everybody knows that we are live. 2024 just around the corner. We are going to be going crazy when it comes to streaming. Yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun, everybody. We're just going to be jamming out all the time. I see Frosted Noob in chat. I see Pickens in chat. We've got a bunch of other viewers here. Let's see. Yeah, welcome everybody. Zarku, what is up? Long time no see. So yeah, had a ton of PTO. You know, it's pretty much died down for work since Black Friday. You know, Amazon selling everything, and so yeah, I just had a ton of PTO. I took like a 9-day weekend, and we are gonna be blasting on Path of Exile all day today. Why not, right? Sounds like fun. Let me get the chat app up here so that I can then proceed to getting the game up, right? I mean, that's the goal here, at least. Let's see, Twitch app. Yeah, so as per usual, entirely sleep deprived. That's okay. I think we left the gym at about 3 a.m. Really good workout session. I was already exhausted, so yeah, we went hard in the paint. Yeah, we did bench. Been doing a lot of high rep, lower weight than usual. Just trying not to kill my joints. And so yeah, we're doing 225. Did a set of 10, a set of 10, another set of 8. Just, you know, trying to avoid shattering my wrists and elbows, basically. All right, we got Stream Manager up. I can now see the chat. Zarku says I need to work out. I feel you, man. I feel you. It is one of those things where it has been it's been a little chilly out there. You know, it's 34 degrees when we left the gym. There's frost in the car. But yeah, we've been getting it done. You know, never want to go, and then when we're leaving, it's always worth it. But yeah, I feel for everybody out there. You know, it is that time of year, New Year's resolutions and all that jazz. So that's cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this started. Okay, so my camera appears to be much smaller than usual. What's going on here? Let's see. Exactly. What are we missing out on? Give me just a second, folks. Tried troubleshooting some of this stuff the other day, but not too much avail, unfortunately. Let's see. Yep, we got Grogu. We got our ramen-eating dog. That's courtesy of Frosted Noob. We've got Vanellope and Wreck-It Ralph and our little pinata and all its babies. We got some new graded comics. Oh my goodness, we've got so many graded comics. Frosted Noob says, I've been riding our Norditrack bike 10 minutes a day, and it's pathetic that it takes that much out of me. Yes, I am no cardio bunny, I'll tell you that, guys. It has been a struggle in terms of that. Let's see. Okay. We're putting it all together. We are assembling the Affinity Gauntlet of UI right now, everybody. Okay, so where is this window? Literally can't find it. So when we can't find a window, we are going to delete it and open a new one. How's that? We can all agree that checks out. Hey, look at that. What are we listening to on Spotify? Let's say Pickens. I do need to post my Spotify Wrapped. I know everyone is enamored with my top music because anybody cares. But yeah, I need to post Spotify Wrapped. That is a thing. We do have a lot of pickings over the last year. Oh hell yeah. Let's see. Zarky says my body is junk. I've been gaining a bit of weight. Frosty says I am weight. Yeah, I mean, we're all weight. My activities have decreased. I feel that. Post-pandemic or post-panny, as Chris Sabat calls it. Post-panny, working from home. Yeah, I mean, literally no incentive to go outside. No incentive to see anyone ever. We are streaming PoE, which means we're going to be using the bottom of our screen a lot for the UI, so I am going to exile myself to the top of the screen here. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. We're pretty confident in this here. All right, so let's see. Pickens with some sick emojis. Okay, so now that that's going, let's see. Apparently, we need to play some video games. Anybody heard about those things? Let's see. I'm gonna drop that here. Yeah. So, as usual, we have done absolutely zero prep. So, prepare yourself for the most authentic streaming experience of your life. Booyah! Okay. So. Alrighty, we have cracked the code. Whoops. Shrink it just a little bit here. Huzzah! Holy crap. Science! Okay. Oh my god, you guys can see the video game. Alrighty, so we are going to log in. So again, there's so much to talk about. So much fun stuff going on. Specifically within Path of Exile, but we just had the Video Game Awards. So obviously it is like the winter E3, so to speak. Yeah, there's just a ton going on with the Video Game Awards. Zarker says, I beat Final Fantasy 16 and the new content. It was an awesome game. I hear Baldur's Gate 3 is an awesome game. It did win Game of the Year. Yes. Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year. Obviously, Baldur's Gate is a city set in Forgotten Realms. For those of you that aren't D&D nerds, Forgotten Realms is one of the most popular fantasy settings of all time for Dungeons & Dragons. So yes, a Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game. Team building. It's made by Larian. They also did Divinity, another RPG. They did, countless other, games. But yeah, Larian, Baldur's Gate 3, insanely dense, packed game in terms of content, and so people appreciate that. So we have one character already, a little ranger, a little dex build. We're not going to be messing with that so much. We are going to make, as you can see here, I have played many orc-esque characters in the past. Here we have a Frost build called Hoarfrost. We have a previous arc build called I Am the Senate. We have another, this is a character that we remade for another league called Mommy Sheev, Sheev being Palpatine's name. As you can see, I have a lot of arc builds. It's probably my favorite ability in the game because it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it just scatters the whole map in chain lightning, basically. So I'm a huge fan, regardless of how good the ability is, and so I build around it all the time. So for those of you who may not be familiar with ARPGs, action RPGs, Diablo, for example, would probably be the most successful of them. Path of Exile. Yeah, ARPGs, the way that they keep people coming back to play over and over and over again is that they do something called leagues. Think of them like seasons. Every 3 months they reset. Normally, this year we've had 3 4-month leagues because everything's been delayed due to them developing Path of Exile 2, which betas June 2024. So every 4 months, all your progress is thrown in the trash, aka Standard League. And then you have to start all over again. That's how these games work, is you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, getting better, getting faster, getting smarter. And so that's the monotony of an ARPG. If you are interested in throwing away thousands of hours of your life, check it out. So yeah, here we are. This is Affliction League. So this new league just started a week ago. Normally what happens is everybody scrambles to get into the new league, make a new max level character, grind out a bunch of money and resources and armor and all this cool stuff, and then sell it on the marketplace to make a bunch of money when the hype of the league is at its highest, when the prices of everything is at its highest. As the league goes on, everything deflates as there's more supply of all these things. People get bored and the demand goes down while the supply goes up. So yeah, we're gonna crash into this league today. So first we go to create our character. It says here we have 8 out of 24 slots. Now, to be transparent, this game is totally free to play, but there's a caveat. It runs off of microtransactions. Most of the microtransactions in the game are purely cosmetic. Okay, most of the character stuff is cosmetic. Now, that being said, there's limited functionality with what they call stash tabs. When we get into the game, we're going to show them off, but effectively, the way you hold stuff in your inventory, this is a game with a lot of inventory management. So if you like sorting little things, organizing, collating, basically building a database of items, then you're probably going to like ARPGs. You're probably going to like Path of Exile. That being said, this game is free, and you get a few stash tabs when you start, so you can hold 100 or a couple hundred items. As you progress through the game, you get to endgame, you're going to have thousands of items, and you're going to want these little tabs that automatically sort your stuff and automatically, present them in a way that's easy to organize, see what you have, see what you need. Okay, and so for tens of dollars, you can get all of these different stash tabs. Okay, so the game is free to play. You could play the game for years. You could play the game for hundreds of hours for free, and your ability to play it and enjoy it will be slightly diminished by not having those higher end stash tabs. So that's a little caveat with it being free to play. That being said, for $10, you will greatly increase your efficacy at the end game by using those tabs. Okay, so it's not like you're going to be spending $50 every time you want a new tab. Okay, I would say probably $25 would be the average amount someone spends who puts hundreds of hours into the game, specifically on game functions, right? Some people are going to spend $1,000 on lava bikinis for their character or whatever, but this, when it comes to functionality, I just want to be clear, you don't really need to buy anything, but if you're going to be playing endgame, it does make it a lot easier. So let's take a look at our options. Standard League is the default game mode. This lasts forever. All of the things you get here stay here forever. The Challenge League is an ideal place to play Path of Exile in a fresh economy. You can complete challenges to win prizes. Normally you've got 40 challenges to complete each season. So, that being said, again, after every 3 to 4 months, the characters in this league are going to get kicked back out to Standard League, which is where, people might hang out in between leagues, or there's some people who don't really like the monotony of doing all the work in the new league, and so they just stack everything up in Standard League. Okay, so now we see Affliction here in the middle and Hardcore Affliction on the right. So Hardcore is a game mode that where you die a single time, your character is deleted. Okay, so many of you who may be familiar with this in other games, Diablo 3 probably brought this to a lot of people's minds. Commercially, we're definitely not doing that, okay? I value my time very highly, and so we're not going to be throwing away dozens of hours on a character who will eventually die, because me playing today, we're going to die a lot in the 12 hours, so we're not playing hardcore. So that breaks it down to, we have Affliction here. Venture into the Viridian Wildwood and cleanse it of its affliction. We have Solo Self-Found. Okay, this option mode disables trade and party play for the character. You convert it back at regular anytime. And Ruthless, significant difficulty, different game with higher difficulty, item scarcity, other challenges. So Ruthless is the effective hard mode where it's even harder to get items. It's a very difficult way to play. That's a challenge for people to see who can complete Ruthless the fastest. So the game's been out a week. People have already completed everything imaginable on Ruthless. We're not going to play Ruthless today. It's very difficult. And it requires a lot of focus, which I'm not going to be doing because I'm going to be talking to you guys. Pickin says, hardcore mode is for real men. I hate it. So we are going to be playing solo self-found. That way we don't have to look at trade chat. Okay, we don't get to see a million items being bought and sold while we play. People don't have to DM us and kind of get into our, chat and, mess around with that. And we don't have to focus on what items go for on the market. So as we level up, we're going to be looking for items for our build. Okay, if I'm playing Arc Ignite, and that's kind of a caster, an elementalist, if you will, I'm going to be looking for gear that resonates with an elementalist. I am not going to be focusing on, oh, this thing sells for a little bit of money on the marketplace. And so that kind of focuses me in on exactly what I'm looking for my build, and I don't care what anything sells for. I don't care what anything trades for, because I'm not going to trade with anybody, because I'm totally solo self-found. Only the items I pick up am I going to be using in my builds. That being said, this is more difficult. If you're a new player, you probably don't want to toggle either of these. If you're new to Path of Exile or it's been a while and you're new to Affliction, I would recommend leaving both these toggles off and just starting the game as is. So, that being said, there are a few things here. One, we've selected our league, we've selected solo self-found. Now we have to choose a character class. This game starts with 6 character classes, okay? The game is built upon 3 skills, okay? We have Strength, which determines physical damage. It gives you armor to block physical attacks. It is represented by the color red. In many games you have a barbarian or something of that sort to represent strength. In this game we have the Marauder here. Okay.
Do you think you're a savage enough to face
the Marauder, do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the damned? We offer you truth, yet still clasping your superstitious lies. We offer you service, yet you wasted your strength in defiance. Rayclast offers you something else, an education in true savagery. So this is pure strength. Not interested today, okay? So Rayclast is the continent that we're coming from. We are now exiled from, aka the Path of Exile. So, next up, we have the Ranger. Their builds are normally built on Dexterity. Dexterity is represented by green in this game. Dexterity is your crit chance, your dodge chance. They're all about movement speed. They have an ability called phasing in some builds. They have a lot of builds that are built around flasks and the ability to use equipment and gear. Zarku says, real guys with seaweed hair and skirts. LOL. Pickett says, old Greg. Of course. Throwback to old Greg. So yeah, Ranger's all about dex. Running really fast, using flasks, crit, bows, abilities that use ballistas and crossbows and longbows and short bows. They're all about that. Again, not for me. There's a third attribute, if you will, and that is intelligence. Intelligence determines your mana regen, and your spell block, your spell suppression. Okay? So that's your ability to tank taking spell damage. Okay? That is the Witch. So the Witch is the intelligence-based class. So we've talked about the 3 attributes of the game and the 3 classes that correspond with them. Why are there 7 classes total? Why did I say there's only 6 starting classes? We are going to screen share that right now. And we're going to show you why. Because this game is built upon over 1,000, a literal 1,000 little talent nodes in the talent tree. And yeah, it's a lot to take on. And so what we're going to do is we're going to look at it real quick. We're only going to talk about it very briefly. I don't want to spend all day because we could literally spend all day. A lot of times you'll see that people using, or people playing Path of Exile are going to be using things you may not be familiar with. You may see streamers, using software, tools, things that give them abilities that you're like, why doesn't my game look like that? One of the main companions to this game is called the Path of Building. Okay, so Path of Exile, name the game. Path of Building, the way to build your character using a third-party software in the incredibly elaborate grid that they basically have for all the abilities in the game. Okay, and so what we're going to do is we're going to open up a screen share. To the Path of Building. Okie dokie. So, here we have our Path of Building. It is a lot to take in at first, okay? We're going to keep it real. It is a lot to take in. So here we have the entire grid, okay, which represents every skill in the game. There's I think there's 1,200 individual nodes, okay? So what we're going to focus on first is, let me go ahead and set the level to this to the beginning level so that we are, so that we're not looking at as much complicated stuff and things here. Okay. So again, this is the entire build here. The way that this works is you can actually snapshot at level 1, at level 10, at level 20, at level 50, at level 100. All of the grid. So the way that it works is this is the center of our grid here, okay? And so right over here, we have a little node. That is where the Marauder starts, the pure strength build. This little section here, this little piece of the pie is all of the pure strength stuff in the game. And then we have 3 ascendancies, think of them like prestige classes you level into for the pure strength build, okay? So this slice of the pie, this little third, is for strength. Then over here, we have another third, this little node here. All of the stuff down here, this little slice of the pie, pure dexterity, okay? It is all the agility build stuff. We have the 3 ascendancy classes for those. Then up here at the top, which is where we're going to start, this node right here is for the witch. This is where our little third slice of the pie is for intelligence. This is where all of the intelligence-based skills generally lie, okay? There's some exceptions to the rule. In the middle, we kind of have a wash of all kinds of stuff. Now, again, 7 classes, 3 abilities. What are the other 4 classes? So let's talk about it. Pickens says, I've seen a sphere grid once, yeah? Praise be to Yevon. Throwback to Final Fantasy X. One of the most fantastic leveling experiences I've ever had. So again, up here we have the witch, which is pure intelligence. You can see it's represented by this little blue dot here. Then we have the red and we have the green. So the red represents the Marauder here. The green represents the Ranger. And as you can see, the abilities are even green to show you that they do green stuff. The abilities that do strength and things like that give you red. The abilities with blue do intelligence-based stuff. So it's basically kind of showing you how that works. Now, here we have the hybrids. So as you can see here, this kind of represents our sphere grid. At the top, we have intelligence. At the left, we have strength. So when you combine the 2 of those, we get the Templar. It's kind of like a paladin, a tanky caster. So that is actually represented right here with this node. And so as you look at it, you'll see that it's got a ton of blue stuff, a ton of red stuff. It's a mix. Same thing here, when we combine the intelligence and the dexterity, we get some like spell speed, spell thief kind of builds. That starts right here. And then at the bottom, where we mix the Ranger's dexterity and the Marauder's strength, we have the Duelist, which is kind of like a mix of speed, melee damage, a lot of cool fencing and dueling builds. So that's right here at the bottom. And then in the center, we have the 7th class of the game, the prestige class called Scion. Okay, so the first time you go through the game, if you make it about halfway through the campaign, you'll unlock the Scion. The Scion is a cool idea because you basically have someone who starts in the middle, has to kind of wade through this beginner grid, and then can co-opt any other class's build. If I play a Scion and I want to go pure witch, I can start down here in the middle and then I can work my way up to the witch up here. Or I can go steal a bunch of stuff from the Templar. Or I could be a Scion and move into the Marauder. And so the way it works is no matter where you start, every time you level up, you get a talent point. You put a point into one of the nodes on the grid here, and then you daisy chain them over and over and over again. So our build today, okay, we're level 0. We don't even have a single talent point, but our build today, we're copying a streamer's build. And it's basically telling us that we're going to start here with Witch, and we're going to go for spell damage and mana, and we're going to get intelligence, and then we're going to take some of the basic stuff here, and then we're going to veer off down into the Scion area here in the center, and we're going to kind of cheaty face all the way down into the Ranger, and we're going to steal some abilities from the Ranger like Elemental Equilibrium, okay? Now, I know this can be daunting when you look at these nodes. It shows you all of this information, and it's crazy. The good news is, even if you don't do any of the homework, any of the research, all that, you can still have a ton of fun. You can still have a ton of fun, okay? The more time and effort you put in, you get diminishing returns on your skill, okay? You can still have a ton of fun. You don't need to buy stash tabs. You don't need to spend any money on this game. You don't need to learn the sphere grid. You don't need to become a master of your own destiny. You can just have fun making up your own thing and trying it out, and you could probably beat the game, okay? You could spend, 25 to 50 hours and legitimately finish all 10 acts of the game, all 10 chapters, if you will, to get to the end game, all right? The end game is even more convoluted, even more complicated, which is why we're going to take this in bite-sized chunks. We're going to start at the beginning again. So again, if you want to play, like Pick and said, the guy who just smashes stuff, pure strength, pick the Marauder, pick the strong skills that you want over here, and just have fun. If you're you want to be a ranger, you want to shoot your bow, you want to get little ballistas that shoot poison and stuff, all kinds of fun stuff here in Ranger. And then if you want to be a witch, literally pick a witch, go to the end of this thing here, and it's going to tell you about, this is a wand build. This one here is a lightning build. This one here is like a charge build. We've got a poison build. Literally just look at the giant things on the map, pick one that you really want, and just move your character towards it, picking skills on the way. And you're going to have fun. I can guarantee you, if you like ARPGs, this is the spiritual successor to Diablo 2. Okay. Zarku says, Jay doing God's work. So, yeah, basically we're looking at the entire team at Grinding Gear Games. Okay. Just to give you a little backstory. When Diablo 2 came out, obviously a lot of people, that was a huge commercial success for ARPGs. Then, when Diablo 3 came out, there's a few things. It was overly simplified compared to Diablo 2. It was also made a lot easier to complete the entire game. It was more based around going through the entire game multiple times on increasing difficulty. Where Diablo 2 is a lot more convoluted, a lot more grindy, a lot more complex. The people who wanted a more complex game felt betrayed by Diablo 3. Grinding Gear Games, some of them left Blizzard, some of them were devs from other games. They made the studio GGG, and they released Path of Exile as the spiritual successor of Diablo 2. So this game, it looks complicated, it looks hard. It is. You're just going to keep it real. But, again, if you're bored with Diablo 3, Diablo 4, you feel like maybe you've kind of mastered those. You're in that, you're a small fish in a small pond, and you want to level up to the medium-sized pond or the big-sized pond, and you want to, really experiment with a harder game, a more complicated game, it is rewarding to put your time into. Okay, there's a reason why this game, every single season, has more and more numbers on Steam. I mean, we're talking about top 10 played games. Every time a season drops, this is one of the most played games on Steam, and it's not even a shooter, which is unheard of, okay? So, we're up to speed on chat. Again, I just wanted to give you an idea of what the quote-unquote sphere grid looks like. So now we've got the basics. I kind of know what we're going to be doing here, so, we're going to have a fun time, okay? So, let's look at the skills, okay? So, the way that this works is every gem in the game is a skill, or it complements or alters a skill. If you want to shoot a lightning bolt, you have to get a skill gem called Lightning Bolt. And then every time you click, you're going to shoot a lightning bolt. As that levels up, it either does more damage, or it is more effective at shocking, perhaps, or the lightning bolt gets longer, or you shoot multiple lightning bolts. As you level up your abilities in this game, they cost more mana and they do more stuff, okay? Many times, even in a pure witch build, we may occasionally see a green gem or a red gem. There's a little bit of dex mixed in, a little bit of strength mixed in, a little blending of the colors. Rarely will you see a pure intelligence build that's all blue gems. There's always going to be a little bit of mix. So in this example here, you can see that there's 2 green words, deadly ailments and chain, okay? So chain takes any kind of chain lightning or anything like that and adds extra chains, okay? So as we're arcing in chain lightning, we're going to get more chains. And then here we have deadly ailments. The skill deals 80% less damage, okay? We're going to talk numbers just for a second. The skill deals 80% less damage on hit, but it deals 40% more damage with the ailment. So in that example of arc, the actual shock is going to deal 80% less damage, but the after the hit, the ailment, the actual shock effect, the damage over time, is 40% more. So the idea of this whole build is damage over time. We're going to hit them with shock, and then after we've leveled up, they're going to get hit with ignite. They're going to get lit on fire. And so all we're going to do is try and buff up our fire, make our fire tick faster. Let's say it goes every second they get hit by fire. We want to make that faster, okay? The length of the ignite, we want to be longer. We want them to burn and burn and burn. And then the number of ignites on every enemy, we want to go up, okay? So we want to basically be a pure fire build that ignites them through arc, okay? And so that's why we were looking at a skill earlier called Elemental Equilibrium. So you're asking yourself, why would you waste over half of your tree when you start as a witch way up here? Why would you come all the way down here into the ranger area? And the reason is one ability. Elemental Equilibrium. Elemental Equilibrium hits that deal elemental damage. This game has lightning, this game has fire, and this game has ice. Those are the 3 elements, okay? Strength builds can normally have an affinity for dealing fire damage. The dex builds normally have kind of an affinity with lightning damage. And then the intelligence builds normally have some kind of affinity with ice, okay? There's always exceptions though. But the way this works is when I hit with one element, for example, arc, aka lightning damage, all of the exposure, all of the shock, all of that is removed from the enemy. So I hit them with a lightning bolt and they can't get shocked. Like, Joel, why would you ever take this ability? It then inflicts exposure to each other element. So when I hit them with shock, they can get frozen and they can get ignited, which are actually a really good combo, okay? You'd think that they would, cancel each other out. They do not in this game, okay? So when I hit them with the lightning, they're going to get frozen and ignited. And then the most important part of this, exposure inflicted this way applies a negative to the enemy's resistances. So this is the important thing in this game. Many of you, if you've ever played Diablo 4, when it first came out, the resistances in the entire game were broken, okay? They didn't work right. So people were still dying even though they had max resistance, right? If I resist ice, ice is supposed to deal less damage. People were dying to ice. Well, in Path of Exile, it's been out 10 years now. They fixed all that, okay? So in this game, an enemy can say it's highly resistant to fire. And so it could have like 99.9% fire resist. I just won't be able to deal fire to it. Well, no matter how much resistance this has, even if the enemy is totally resistance capped, assumedly almost immune to fire, this ability will deal at least 25% damage. So this is how we get around certain enemies totally exposing our build, totally being immune to it, okay? So this one ability is why we go all the way down the tree into the ranger area, okay? And so that's the idea of Arc Ignite. We're going to shoot a bunch of lightning bolts and we're going to light stuff on fire. So we're going to go ahead and hide this now. We don't need to look at that anymore. We don't need to look at this anymore. Okay, so again, we're going to be playing a witch. So that is Path of Exile. So we could play this build every 3 to 4 months. We could play a witch. We could go Arc Ignite. And we can go get these abilities. Pickens says, sounds wicked. Thank you. The difference is this league is called Affliction League. Every league has its own mechanics, sometimes its own new maps, its own new abilities. This league happens to have the new revamp of all the skill gems, like 30 skill gems in the game. Arc now deals less damage, but as it levels, it applies more shock, which we're going to turn into Ignite. So it's going to be a ton of fun. This league also has you delving through these little blacked out forest areas where you collect wisps, and you can get super rare armor. You can get super rare abilities, and you even have an extra prestige class that you can switch between with the league mechanic. So it's going to give us a ton of variety with our build. Okay. All right. So here we've got our witch. We're going to name our character. So you can only have letters and underscore in your name. There's no numbers, no special characters other than underscore. So we're arcing, we're igniting. We're gonna go with Mommy Palpatine. Let's see if that's taken. Mommy Palpatine. Is that taken? No. Okay. So Mommy Palpatine is live. So let's see if I can. See if we can get better situated here. All right. Okay, you guys can see me. I can see chat. Winning. All right, so this is a click-to-move game, for now at least. Path of Exile 2, implementing WASD movement, toggle. So yeah, we wake up on the shore, we've been exiled from Greyclast, our ship wrecked, and now we're just wandering around the beach, okay? So, first thing we do, every class is going to get a starter item. You press I for your inventory, and your items, you've got your main hand and your offhand, okay? Main hand, I have 2 sockets. Those are these circles here, and they have a gold link, which means I can have an ability, and I can have a way to alter that ability. So here we have a very basic item. The rarity of this item is white, which means it's trash. It's basically very similar to like many other games like World of Warcraft, where there's item color rarities. So you've got your base item, which is white. Magic rarity, which is the next step up, is blue. And then we have rare items, which are gold. And then we have uniques, which are orange. And so there's a lot of stuff built into that. We're going to look at that as it comes, okay? So now we're going to do a lot of running while we talk about stuff. So we're going to talk to this exile guy here. He's going to get mauled by a zombie. Oh no! We got to beat the zombie up. Okay, so as you can see here, my left click is just this default attack, okay? So that's just using my wand to shoot stuff. These little teal items here are called skill gems. So when I click on it, it's going to pick it up in my inventory. I'm going to drop that into my weapon, and now I have Fireball. So as you can see here, I can right click for Fireball. Yeah, so we can now Fireball. So if I right click, I shoot a Fireball. That affects my mana, which I have 56 of that slowly regenerates. Over here I have my life, and then you'll see it says shield 0. So one thing intelligence gets is called an energy shield. Casters normally have very low health, a very high energy shield in this game. We may have abilities that are going to change that though. So now we're going to wander around the beach. We're going to fireball a bunch of bad guys, and we're going to shoot them with a wand, being mindful of our mana efficiency. So if I just keep using fireball, I'm going to run out of mana, and then eventually a guy's going to get really close to me and kill me, okay? Now, one thing is you can click on this item, and you can set it to always attack without moving. So because we're not playing a melee character, we want that, okay? We do not want to keep walking towards our enemies while we're shooting them, because we are ranged. We are very squishy, okay? So as a ranged caster, we are going to avoid that. So fireball, regular attacks. Fireball, regular attacks. Now, if enemies do get too close, traditionally in the game, you want to either circle clockwise or counterclockwise. Most enemies in the game just try to shoot you where you are. So if an enemy is ranging us, moving around is the best way to live. And so movement is really important. Moving around while shooting is going to be really important later in the game. One of the #1 ways you die in this game is getting body blocked. a bunch of enemies cluster around you, and then you can't move, and somebody's going to drop fire, or somebody's going to electrocute you, or freeze you potentially. These little crabs actually pack a really hard punch. They deal a ton of damage, and we are very squishy. So as you can see, we've already taken half our health and damage. In the bottom left-hand corner here, you'll see we have these little tubes. They're called flasks. And so what we're trying to do here is every time we get a kill, these little flasks recharge. And so as we kill stuff, we're going to need health, which are these red flasks, and we're going to need mana, which is the blue flask. And so we can pop these flasks as we're battling. Every time we get a kill, for now, they recharge. Eventually, we may get an ability that every time we hit an enemy, they recharge, which will be really important with bosses who have a lot of health, because we're going to keep needing to use our flasks, and we won't be getting any kills in the middle of a boss fight. So, we got a new gem. The first thing you're going to notice is it has support in the name. So that means it supports another gem. In the top left-hand corner, it says supportable skill. It can support my fireball. It's telling me, put me with fireball. I will make fireball better. So, gain a surge after spending 15 mana on the spell. The surge gives me 10% cast speed, so I cast 10% faster. Every time I cast fireball, I fireball 10% faster. Stacking up 20% faster, 30% faster. The surge grants 30% increased mana regeneration rate. We're going to need a lot of mana being a witch. And then Arcane Surge lasts 4 seconds. Supported skills deal 10% more damage while you have a surge. No brainer. We definitely want this. Now, it says you can right click the gem to remove it from your item. I can pull this back out if I want, but then it won't make it better, okay? Now, for now, we have one main gem and one support. You can mix and match, okay? You can have an item with 6 sockets and put 6 different abilities with no supports. But traditionally, your number one skill you're using to kill stuff, you want to get as many supports as possible, which means you need as many links as possible. So we're going to constantly be looking for items with a bunch of links so that we can link whatever ability we're using to a bunch of supports to make it better. Because traditionally, that's what's going to cost. That's what's going to make our main abilities deal the most damage. So in this example, we want our arc, as we level up, we want our arc to get supported by more skills. So we're just killing zombies. So one thing you'll notice right now is I'm taking it pretty slow. I keep like aggroing mobs, walking backwards, looking around. I'm taking it slow because at the very beginning of the game, it's actually the hardest part of the whole game. Until you get to the very end of the game. This really is the hardest part of the whole game. It's brutal. I mean, you can just die, make mistakes. The game is trying to teach you the fundamental mechanics, and it is very, it's very mean about it, okay? So, as you can see, we just had a giant flash of light, okay? The giant flash of light is us leveling up. We are now level 2. So you can see here, Mommy Palpatine the Witch is now level 2. If I press C, it opens up my character. I can see I'm now level 2. It shows me my experience. Right here along the bottom of the screen is a gold bar that's going to fill up. It shows I have 32 intelligence, only 14 strength, 14 dex. A tooltip here with a ton of info. Traditionally, probably not going to do, not going to spend a lot of time on this because it's not very accurate when it comes to determining things. It's great in broad strokes. But really the most accurate thing here is going to be defense, looking at resistances, okay? The key to this game is that you're going to need resistances as you level because you're going to be taking a lot of elemental damage, and you got to resist a percentage of it. So if I have 50% fire resist, fire damage is halved when it hits me, roughly. And so right now we have all 0 resistances because we just started. So what I can do is I can actually click on my passive skill here. Now that I'm level 2, and I have a choice as a witch. I either start over here with damage and mana, or I start over here with energy shield and mana. Now, why would you want to go defensively early game? Normally, if you're a newer player, you may want to go more defensive. I've got 500 hours in the game, which is a tiny amount compared to many streamers. So we're not going to go defensive. We're going to go offensive. So we're going to start off with 16% damage, 16 mana. Okay, we apply those points. You have to verify every time you level up, you have to apply your points. And now when we level, it's going to give us the option of going through these two little trees here. I am going to air off the build a bit. Like I said, if you're new to the game, you probably want to find a famous YouTuber and just steal their build, copy it verbatim, because the game's complicated. And one of the things you don't need is to have a bad build. There's very few times you can get totally stuck where you're unable to respec. But the gist of it is, once you get really good at beating the game, you can beat the game in like 5 to 10 hours. And so anytime you have a bad build, just run a new build. In 5 hours, you'll be max level again. Or at least you'll be at the end game. So Hillock is the first boss of the game. He's a big meanie. The good news is he attacks really, really slow. Let's get him out here in the open and take a look at him, alright? So I am just going to blow all my mana on these fireballs. And what that does is after he starts taking damage, he whips out his sword. He gets very mad. So, first thing we're going to do is use our flask to get our mana back. As you can see, he's slow. So I could just sit here and pot shot him forever if I wanted. Now, I could do this for quite some time. But remember, we do have a finite amount of mana. So I'm going to have to mix in my wand. The wand deals a lot less damage, but it doesn't cost any mana. So as you can see, our fire dot's ticking on him here. He's just on the brink of death. Now, as you can see, if we just keep moving, he'll never hit us. The problem is there's almost no skills in the game you can use without moving. So a lot of people end up walking up to him, start attacking, and if you're not moving, he will kill you in just a couple hits. Let's see how much damage he does. Okay, so he literally in 2 hits, he dealt half our health, right? So very close to death, just from standing still for a moment. So, yeah, you just got to keep moving. Keep moving and you're good to go. That is literally the gist of the entire game. Keep moving and you won't die. So we killed our first boss, all right? This is kind of like the tutorial. So you can see here we have regular rarity items. We have magic rarity items, which are blue. And then we have, we have a bunch of different stuff. So we're going to grab it all. Because our inventory isn't open, it's all just going to stack up. It's all just going to stack up in our inventory here. Now, the first thing we got here is a scroll of wisdom, okay? So what these do is they're used to identify an item, all right? So right now we have a strength armor chest. This is not good for us, but it's better than nothing. Here we have a set of boots that are made for a ranger. But over here we have caster boots. So these boots give us evasion. We're not going to be evading a lot of attacks. We don't need that stat. We're going to just run away. We're never going to get hit. This gives us energy shield. Energy shield is a very powerful effect for casters because the way it works is if an enemy attempts to deal 1,000 damage to me and I have 1 energy shield, it's going to hit my energy shield and the entire damage is going to get dissipated. My energy shield recharges pretty fast as well. So energy shield is a great ability for us to kind of hide behind. Here we have a new wand. One problem is that our new wand doesn't have a blue socket. Okay, so we don't have a blue socket, unfortunately. But the good news is we can actually upgrade our wand, and we have a blue socket in our chest right now. So we don't have to put our attack in our weapon. We don't have to. We could actually just use it in our chest here. The weapon sockets, sometimes the weapon will give abilities just to the sockets of the weapon. So if it says socketed gems deal extra damage, then we want to put our attack in here. But a lot of times people will use their chest. So here we have a vine circlet. Okay, we're going to identify it. We're going to right click on the scroll to identify, and we're going to click on it. And so magic rarity, blue, the second rarity. You normally have one affix and 1 suffix. If you hold Alt, it will actually show you. The prefix modifier here adds mana. The suffix modifier adds resistance. So, blue being the first rarity, above white gives 1 up front, 1 on the back. Rare, which is yellow, can give 3 abilities on the front and 3 abilities on the back. And then unique, the sky's the limit. So with this, this little crown will replace this armor. And so this is going to give us more mana, cold resistance, so we'll take less damage from cold, and energy shield 9. So now our energy shield's up to 16. And then last, we already have an amulet. This is normally pretty rare. Normally you're going to get an amulet around level 5. Mana regen, energy shield, life per kill. So now every time we get a kill, our life is going to refill. This is fantastic. So now we're going to go into the first town. So we have got protein shakes, we've got monster energy, we've got pre-workout, caffeine. We're beginning going hard all day long. So we're about an hour in and we're just starting. We've made it through the little quick tutorial. So one thing that's interesting about this game is almost never throughout the campaign do you actually have to click on a quest giver to get the quest. If you're trying to run through the game very quickly, you don't actually need to talk to any of these people unless you want to get the rewards from the quests you've completed. So if you want to learn the story, you want to talk to people, fantastic. But if you don't, you can just run by them and complete the quest, and you'll automatically come back and get the reward without ever talking to them. Okay, so we got freezing pulse, rolling magma, lightning tendrils, raised zombie, blight, and kinetic bolt. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at our build. So when we pull up our build, and we go to skills. Okay, so this isn't working right now, which is really annoying. It's not showing me the presets. I'm not sure why. Normally there's a drop down of different snapshots. What is it like at level 5? What is it like at level 10? Etc. It is not doing that though. Interesting. Okay, so every time you pick up a mission in the bottom left hand corner, it will actually let you click on that mission and it will show you where you have to go on the map to do the mission. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up another window and we are going to take another look at this dang build. See what's going on here. Why can we not find... Okay, let me see if I can find another build that shows what I'm trying to explain. So, a lot of times if you're using Path of Building, it's going to have these little snapshots. And so what we're going to do is just try to find a build that has that so I can showcase that. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if this Path of Building actually shows us the thing. Okay. So. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it actually works now. Fantastic. So, what we're looking at here is the end game for this build that we just pulled up, okay? We're not actually going to be following this build, but this is a pretty good one. What we're going to be doing is looking right here at the bottom left. It says end game. So the way it works is I can set this to level 12, and it shows me where I need to go in level 12. Sometimes as you get to the end of the game, you're going to actually use something called the Orb of Regret, and you're going to undo your talent points, and you can totally shift the line that you follow when you get to a new ability, a new piece of gear maybe that changes your build. So a lot of times when you get to like level 70 or level 80, which is the end of the campaign, the beginning of the end game, you might drastically change your build. You might go, like Arc Ignite does this a little bit, where they call it a swap, where you use a bunch of regrets to get your talent points back and you go in a different direction. So right now at level 12, this is telling me to go up through the spell damage tree, get to the increased damage, and go to Lightning Walker, which is increased lightning damage. Checks out. We're trying to deal lightning damage. Now, if I get to level 12, I can click on this and I can go next to level 22. And it shows me going up in here and getting Elemental Overload and all this jazz. Okay? Now, this is even more important when you go to your skills. Even though I'm trying to build around Arc and Ignite, you don't get Arc at level 1. So what skill am I supposed to use? If I'm new to the game, I don't know. So what I have to do is go to skill set and go level 1 to 16. And it says to use Stormblast Mine, Orb of Storms, and Frost Blink to dash. Then it says swap to Flame Dash at level 10. So it's giving me a whole list of skills I should be using. Okay. Now, honestly, we're going to use whatever we want. We're just going to mix it up. Here it's Stormblast Mine, Orb of Storms, Flame Dash, Wave of Conviction, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. The reason why this is important is because we were just looking at our quest reward from Tarkleigh. And so if we go to Hillock Reward, okay, we click on Reward, he's offering us Freezing Pulse. Palpatine does not use ice. Rolling Magma. Palpatine does not shoot lava. Lightning Tendrils. When you channel this skill, it releases electrical energy, dealing lightning damage in an area in front of you. Raise Zombie, Blight, and Kinetic Bolt. If we were playing smart, we'd probably start with Kinetic Bolt because it's got a good amount of damage. It's relatively long range. And it shoots projectiles 5 times in one direction. So you kind of spray and pray. We're not going to do that. We're going to go for Flavor. Flavor is Lightning Tendrils. Oh, hell yeah. So we're going to do Lightning Tendrils. So now we're going to take our Lightning Tendrils. We're going to put it in our chest linked to Arcane Surge Support. So now we have Lightning Tendrils linked with Arcane Surge Support. We're going to throw our Fireball into our shoes. Our Fireball is now in our shoes. So down here, I can middle click for Fireball. I am also going to set my Fireball right here. And I'm going to set my Lightning Tendrils. So, again, I can click on them. Always attack without moving. Always attack without moving. We're going to make sure they all say that. Because our movement, our default attack is left click. So we're going to move around with left click. So now we're going to sell some items. These white rarity items we almost never want to pick up because they're not worth anything. They're literally worth a scroll fragment. 5 fragments become 1 scroll of wisdom. Frost Noob says, seems hot. Oh yeah, it's going to get hot. We're going to be igniting in no time. So now that we have these scroll fragments, we can either keep them on our body where they take up space in our inventory, or we can throw them in our stash. So we are going to stash them. So we have the Scroll of Wisdom, which identifies an item. We have the Portal Scroll, which lets us go back to town super fast. So what we're going to do is we happen to have a few flasks from earlier. And so we're just gonna throw those in here. Not a big deal. Flasks do have a level requirement. So as you level, you're going to get bigger and better flasks. And so as you level, you're going to come across better stuff. So now we're on the first actual map called the Coast. You see my map is up here in the top right. Many people who play this game, they get frustrated going through maps. Because one thing about this game is every minute you spend at the low level is a lot of people consider it a waste of time. You know the whole adage, it's not the destination, it's the journey to get there. This game, an ARPG theme in general, it is about the destination. You want to get to the end of the game as fast as humanly possible. Every hour you spend at a low level, you're getting low level gear that's worthless. You should be at the high level. And so a lot of people will skip over entire maps, skip over entire mobs. They will level the bare minimum to kill the bosses in the game. And a lot of streamers famously get through the campaign in 3 to 4 hours. We're not going to be able to do it at that level, but we are going to try and blitz through here. So a few things. One, you can take your map and go full screen, okay? So if you use the shift key, your map is now right here in the center. You can actually make a ton of changes to your map. Let's go hide in the corner here and show how this works. We go to UI. We go to map. You can show the corner map toggle, auto center the map toggle, landscape transparency. Basically, do you want to see all the mountains and shit on the map? The short answer is no, you should not care at all. Map transparency. Do you want the map to be almost invisible? Do you want the map to be super blocking what you're trying to look at? So for me, I do a little mix. I like it to be dark enough where I can actually see it on top of the enemies. And then the map zoom. How close do you want the map to be? How far away do you want the map to be? I normally leave it a little, almost zoomed all the way out. Show ally names, hide overlay mods. Okay, so we're gonna back out now. And as we walk around, we're gonna discover the map. The fog of war will be lifted. So you don't want to stare at the map too much because there's going to be enemies on your screen trying to murder you. And so, let's talk a little bit about the inventory here. We have a main hand, we have an offhand, we have a head, a chest, an amulet, 2 rings, gloves, belt, boots. The rings go right here. We're going to start filling this whole thing out. Wand is a one-handed item, so we can dual wield wands, we can get a shield, we can get some pretty cool stuff in the offhand. But normally, we're just going to take whatever has the most sockets, because early game, all we care about is sockets. So, now we are showcasing lightning tendrils. So, why did I say that this is a meme build? Well, here's why. Just like we talked about with the first boss, Hillock. Moving is everything. Channel spells, you cannot move. They deal a ton of damage, but unfortunately, you can't move. This also has, no range. So I have to walk right up to these dudes shooting me in the face and hope that they don't kill me. So again, this is a bit of a meme build. So I'm going to use Fireball a little bit too because I don't want to get shot. But yeah, basically we're just running up to these guys and we're shooting lightning in their face. It's like a shotgun blast. It's pretty dangerous to use because again, you can't move and enemies are just going to snipe the crap out of you. So yeah, we're just cruising along the map. You'll notice that many times when we spawn in the game, very frequently, we already have a rare guy who's lighting us on fire. This is not good. This is not good at all. There's a guy lighting us on fire. We are not having fun. So as you can see, we're not moving, so these ranged guys are just pot-shotting us. Super frustrating, super annoying. Shabby Jerkin. That is a dexterity chest piece. Also, you might find that on Twitch under Just Chatting. Okay, so our gems, now that we're level 2, our gems are able to level up to level 2. So we have lightning tendrils. Right click to dismiss this gem, left click to level it. I do want to level lightning tendrils. So if we look at lightning tendrils, all right, at level 1, it currently costs 1 mana. It currently deals 6 damage, 3 pulses, blah, blah, blah. When we look at it, it says next level requires socket 2. So when we go to level it up, and we look now, it deals up to 7 damage. So we're going to level our fireball, we're going to level our surge support. So, in general, you want to level your stuff. Just in general. Some of the mobility stuff in this game, you don't want to level because the mobility part of it stays the same. So, if we have a dash, for example, that deals damage, I don't care how much damage my dash deals. 99 times out of 100, I just want it to let me dash. The more you level up abilities in this game, the more mana they cost. Hopefully that tracks. So, because they cost more mana, we don't want to waste mana on our dash. So, many times we will just keep our dash at level 1 so that we don't have to waste additional mana. Because I don't actually care how much damage the dash deals. So I'm going to go to the end of this map area over here. I'm going to find the dead end. And while I'm in this dead end, I'm going to level up. Because there's no way to pause the game. There's no way to pause the game. When you're on a map, you can die. You do not ever want to mess around with your character on a map like this. You want to go back to town and keep it safe. So we're going to level up again, and our option is intelligence or spell damage. We're going to go with spell damage. Now, intelligence, if you look at it here, your intelligence stat is super important for a which, so if we look at our intelligence here, every 2 intelligence we get a mana. Every 5 intelligence we get 1% energy shield. So our ability to cast spells, our ability to tank damage is tied to intelligence. So that's kind of important, right? And it actually shows we do have some stats for the other ones. So our strength, every 2 strength is a life, every 5 strength is melee physical damage, every 1 dex is 2 accuracy, which for ranged attacks is important to actually hit your enemy. And then every 5 dex is evasion, your ability to dodge attacks. So normally you have some offense and some defense tied to each attribute. Now normally I wouldn't come down here to fill out the map, because filling out the map literally doesn't matter. Remember, everything we do endgame is all about just moving on to the next area. Normally we don't do a full clear. Now, I am going to kind of over level just to show you guys different things and have the ability to talk and get distracted while we play without dying, okay? But these normal enemies here, they just give a regular amount of experience. These white enemies, when you look at their nameplate, it says cannibal in white, right? Now, if we come across a blue enemy, a magic enemy, if you will, they're a little bit more, they're a little bit more dangerous. Okay? They're going to have modifiers. The same way that a blue item can have a prefix and a suffix, a blue mob can have multiple modifiers. Same thing with a yellow mob. The same way that a yellow piece of gear can have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes, a yellow mob can have a bunch of modifiers. They might shoot fireballs, they might teleport, they might make mirror copies of themselves. They can do all kinds of stuff. So, we are just going to keep chain lightning in the Palpatine style here. We are going to be using our flasks more, since we're just going to be kind of face tanking all this stuff. So when you click on this stuff, it just drops gear, drops items. So we have a very finite inventory here. So if I pick up this bow, it takes up a ton of room. And because, it takes up twice as much room as this wand, I normally won't want to pick it up. I want to pick up smaller stuff that I can sell at the vendor for scrolls, for example, or currency. So when you're in the early game, you normally avoid a lot of blue and yellow packs because they can kill you. And when you die, the further you get in the game, the more of an experience penalty you're going to get. And running all the way back through the map is a huge pain in the butt. So I'm 99% sure this is a dead end, but I'm going to go through it for the experience. We're just going to full clear the boss, or we're going to full clear the map, just so that we can get all that juicy experience. Oh snap! Fire throws. And so basically there's just a bunch of homeless people on the beach. We're killing them, we're killing the crabs. This is the early game. So I am flasking, that's why my health is coming back so fast. That's the flask regen for life. If we have a mana problem, which is pretty rare. See how this guy's a rare called Fire Fury? If we stand in the fire, we die. And so because of our ability Lightning Tendrils, we have to stand still. So now that we've died, we have to respawn at the very beginning of the map again. And so now we're going to have to run all the way back up here to see this guy. And then we're going to murder him. And this is a dead end. Sweet. So Fire Fury is going to be pretty hard with our current build. I'm not going to lie. We are halfway to another level, which is good. So we do have the benefit of a good spell shield, which is nice. So he's going to teleport to us. He's going to do his fire BS. So we're just going to wait for him to cast that firefall thing. Then we're going to run away from it. So even using our potions, we still died. And that's okay. So there's a couple things here. One, we knew we picked the meme build. You know, it's definitely the weakest option we had, but it's the most flavorful. And so I'm up for the challenge. Again, because we're at such low level, again, these are the hardest levels of the game. Do not get discouraged if you're playing and you're just getting crushed. Now, because our inventory is full, we probably need to move some stuff around. We don't really have a lot of options here, unfortunately, to make more room. Playing a little Tetris here. Alright, where is this going? So the good news is, when you attack an enemy and you deal damage to them and then die, unless they have like a regenerating ability, normally they're still damaged, right? So you see how he's at half health? That's good for us. Ooh-wee, that deals a lot of damage. So again, remember, we could be playing on Ruthless right now, and we could be getting one-shot by Fire Fury. So again, most streamers are never going to battle this guy. Most people who are just trying to get to the end of the game to experience the league and do the stuff, they're going to ignore these people because the items they drop are not good. They're level 1, level 2 items. So even if it's a rare item, it's just not worth it. So, here we see we get a sword, which we can't use, a bow we can't use, a pair of boots we can't use, a wand that doesn't do anything good, and another pair of boots that we can't really use. So again, we died like 3 times fighting a rare guy. The rare guy didn't really drop anything. So again, in most cases, early game, people will avoid them. Now, that being said, at the end of the game, normally people will just clear the trash and focus on finding the blue, aka magic, and the yellow, aka rare mobs. Because every pack of blues that you kill is worth double experience. And I think it's triple experience. Every pack of yellows you kill is worth 5 times experience. So killing that guy, he's worth 5 times the experience of a normal guy. But obviously we had to put in way more than 5 times effort. So here we're just shift clicking or control clicking to sell all the stuff that we are not using. So as you can see, we get a scroll, some fragments, all that. We're going to throw it into our stash, all these little fragments and stuff. And then we're going to come back down to the portal here. And we're going to teleport back to the coast. So we have a mission to get a medicine chest. We're going to go ahead and do that. While we do that, now this zone also has a relatively difficult guy. So Fire Fury is kind of famous for killing people early game here. Imagine if we were on hardcore and we just died for good. This map also has a guy who's famous for killing people by the medicine chest. All right. Pickens says, just tap it in. Tap, tap, taparoo. Okay, so this map has a bunch of fishmen in the water, a bunch of bad guys on the beach. Basically, you've got evil merfolk dudes out in the water, animals on the beach, and then humans and zombies the farther in you go. So yeah, all this stuff's super easy to kill. We're just going to vaporize everything, basically. We're not going to pick up whites anymore. Not really worth our time. Like this plate vest, that kind of stuff. We're only going to leave inventory space for blues and yellows, preferably yellows, because they vendor for more material. So, ding level 3, or level 4 I mean, is our 3rd level up. So, normally you would stop right now and you would level up. Sometimes people will literally rack up 4 or 5 skill points before they level, because they're just in a hurry to run through the game. It really is like an art form when you look at the way some of these streamers run through the game so fast. So because we had an open flask spot when we picked up that flask, it automatically equipped it. Frostnoob asks, why do they have to be evil merfolk? Very fair. Very fair. I am on indigenous merfolk land. So, you know, I kind of am colonizing them. So my two options are increased damage or increased cast speed. We're going to go with cast speed because we don't actually care about the base damage. We care about the speed at which we ignite our enemies. Whoa, it's Hailrake. This guy is famous for freezing people. See these giant frost things that chunked half my health? This is probably going to kill me multiple times if I'm not careful. So his debuff in the top left-hand corner, you can see he has a debuff that lasts like 2 seconds. And it is a huge pain in the butt. So what we can do is kind of juke him because he's really bad at aiming. So what I'm doing here is while I'm fighting him, I'm just trying to kill everything else in the area so I don't get pincered, so to speak. Now he does have limited range, so I could just sit here and fireball him. But there's no fun in that. So we're going to try and juke him out. And we're going to see if we can flash tank some of his damage. Now, the tendrils do suck in terms of dodging, but they deal a ton of damage. So, we picked up our quest item. Picked up some wool shoes that look very promising. So, these wool shoes are white. So, you're like, Joel, I thought we weren't picking up white items. But Frostnoob says, maybe you're the evil one. Oh, no! So, a couple things. One, these have a blue link. We will probably need another link very soon. And so we want blue links. So we have a chest with blue links that gives armor. We're not using armor because we're not taking as much damage. So we're going to switch to this evasion energy shield that also has a blue link with a blue. Then we have this blue chest here that's blue rarity. We're just going to sell that. We're not even going to bother looking at it. We're not going to identify it because we're not playing an armor build. So now we're going to go around the other side of the island on our way back. We could teleport back to town right now if we want. This is a very common thing where you'll see people just leave the game. They will literally go back to the login screen and you will be teleported to town upon logging in. So if I'm just trying to, turn in my quest reward, that is what I would do. But I'm actually out here farming experience, leveling up my abilities, taking it nice and slow. So, we're going to level up Fireball, we're going to level up Lightning, and the support. Oh, snap. We got a cannibal on the run. Okay, so now that we've made it back, we're going to teleport back to town using the waypoint. You do have to click on the waypoint. When you click on it, it lights up. That tells you you've used it. If you happen to walk by this waypoint without clicking on it, you are in trouble. You will not be able to teleport back to this map. You're going to have to walk all the way back. So, coming up next is the Mud Flats, which is probably the hardest map in the early game. There's a bunch of really fast enemies that will run you over. And so it's a huge pain in the butt. So, we get the option of a mana flask, a life flask, or a speed flask. What did we say? Keep moving to not die. Speed is the most important, so we're going to get the speed flask. Then we get elemental proliferation, spell cascade, channeling, poison, or phantasm. So, elemental proliferation support, duration of elemental ailments inflicted by this spread to other enemies. Skills have a 20% chance to freeze, shock, and ignite. So, normally we would go with the proliferation because that's what's going to be in our build later on. We've got Cascade, which is areas deal less AoE, less damage. They deal a wider array of damage. Seems okay, I guess. Channeling support, infusion lasts 6 seconds. Skills deal more damage, grants damage. While channeling, take 8% less damage. Okay, well that's cool. That's a good one. Chance to poison, not really a thing that we're going to be doing. Summon phantasms. 50% chance to summon a phantasm when the supported skill deals a killing blow. Maximum of 5 phantasms, 20% chance to summon, hitting a rare unique enemy. This is probably the strongest support we're going to get early game. Okay, just keeping it real, this is probably the strongest support we're going to get. We are going to use it just because it's easy. Okay, basically, as we murder stuff, we're going to get a bunch of ghosts that run around murdering stuff, auto-attacking. Seems good, right? Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Give me my stuff. So, we got our reward for the medicine chest. Congratulations, blah, blah, blah. Let's see if Tarkley has anything for us. Clear the fetid pool. Okay. So now we're going to put our Quicksilver Flask in here. We're going to stow all of our stuff in the stash. So these are normal stash tabs. Okay, this kind of simulates what you would have in the game. 3 stash tabs full of spots for you to put stuff. Okay. I have purchased a flask tab. This thing can hold 500 flasks. It costs like $2 to buy this tab. This gem tab can hold 500 gems. It costs like $2. It automatically sorts them. When you click on it, you click on affinity. So all of the currency in the game, all these little scrolls and all this other stuff, you are basically, when you click affinity, when you put it in your inventory, it automatically goes to its affinities tab. That's how it works. Nightbot, talking about pickings on Spotify. We still don't have any gloves. So what we can do is actually come over to Tarkley and go purchase items. And we can keep scrolling until we find gloves. So here we have fish scale gauntlets. Here we have wool gloves. We're not going to buy anything because we know we're going to get a ton of loot running through the game. So here's where, we're going to start running a little quicker to kind of kick it up a notch just to make it more exciting when we die. So again, there's a really hard map because of these Roas are really fast. If you stop moving, it is bad. Plus, there's a bunch of zombies to body block you. So as you can see, this is going to be a huge pain in the butt. But we have a secret weapon here. We have those phantasms. So you see how the Roas charge if you get too far away? Very dangerous. Because they can kind of stun lock you when they do it. So we're going to murder everything. We're going to get a bunch of these little phantasms. They're going to run around shooting stuff with ectoplasm. Okay? They're super busted throughout most of the game. So this is the new league mechanic. We're going to run through the Wildwood. There's no map. There's 3 different wisps of energy that correspond to different things. Traditionally, we don't really want to do the league mechanic early because when you do this well, it makes everything, when we come back out, drop better loot. And it makes it way harder to kill. Which is not what we're interested in. We don't want to make stuff harder to kill. We want to run through the game as quickly as possible. Okay, so as you can see, the Summon Raging Spirits are doing their job. So, as you can see, this is kind of insane when we look at the amount of loot you get from the league mechanic. It is amazing. We're going to take the yellows just to sell. We don't actually anticipate using them. So now we're just going to pick small items that are easy to fit into our inventory. Alright, so we're going to keep looking for more loot. Sometimes you get teleported back to the beginning. Other times you can go really, really deep into the woods here. We're going to follow these little gems because they're a currency. But yeah, the actual loot from this thing is busted. The only problem is, again, it makes all the enemies harder to kill. So here we have yellows. That is not good. Yep, so when you die, you leave the woods and you teleport back outside. Yep, that's a thing. So here we have a hat that has one of each color, green, blue, and red. This is part of a vendor recipe. When you go to a vendor, he or she will give you an item for this, because one of every color you get a chromatic orb, an item that changes the color of sockets. So we definitely want that to sell. You'll learn these little things as you play the game. Pickett says that $2 per character account. All the microtransactions of the game are for every single character across every single league for the entire game. Also, what they've stated with Path of Exile 2 coming out is every microtransaction cosmetic that you've gotten in PoE 1 will also work in PoE 2 for the corresponding classes and stuff. So that's pretty cool. So we got a bunch of summon raging spirits. The limit's like 5. They're running around murdering stuff for us. How nice of them. Palpatine's hitting them with the chain lightning. As you can see, we're doing a pretty good job. So the quest item here is we've got to pick up these 3 things that are laying on the ground. What the game doesn't tell you is when you pick them up, they enrage everyone around you. And then you probably get killed by the guys you enrage. So, now that we've cleared everything around it, we're going to pick it up. Again, you really want to kill everything around them first. The game doesn't tell you this. It's a little surprise to kind of teach you about all these hidden mechanics and stuff. Now, we do have one good thing about the charging Roas is that they can't charge through the ball of lightning. So that kind of helps a lot. So we're always picking up scrolls because those are used as a basic currency. That's how we identify items in the game. It's probably the most used item. Scroll of Wisdom. So we're just going to keep running around here looking for bad guys. Tasing them. See how we just got stunned? You don't want a pack to hit you with multiple stones. That's how you die. Oh no, our game froze. That is not good. So let's see what in the world's going on here. Okay, so we got kicked out of the game. That's pretty normal the first week the game is up, as we are looking at a lot of people playing. So that's just something to keep in mind. So we're going to come back in here. We're going to reset our Spotify. Mommy Palpatine, we're going back in. So, because we DC'd, the game's going to default to us going back into the town. So yeah, we're going to keep leveling up. We're going to keep going with cast speed. So we can zoom in and out. Normally you want to have a pretty good idea of where you're at. So let's see. We know we got a bunch of juicy items here. The only thing we're remotely interested in is the wand. So you can see here, when we go to sell this helmet, it's going to add the chromatic orb. Chromatic orb reforges the colors. So these are really useful later on in the game when our build is very color specific. Many of the supports we need are blue, many of the gems we need are blue, and so we want to focus on that. So the quest item is the Halitosis glyph. We can't sell it. This wand could be better than ours, so we're actually going to identify it. Right click on Scroll of Wisdom, left click on the wand. Increase spell damage, adds cold, and spell speed. So that's way better. So now we're going to sell our old wand, and then we're going to go to our stash.
While we live, we are blessed.
We're going to get rid of all that stuff, and we're good to go. So, let's talk to Tarkley.
I've spent enough time.
He still wants us to go to the fetid pools, which is a, it's like a bonus thing you don't have to do. So we're going to go back into the mud flats. Now, this is a fun thing. If you hold control and you click, it'll say, hey, you have 12 minutes left in the one you already did, or do you want to do a new one? We're going to create a new instance because we already killed everything in the old one. I want to get more experience. Why would I go into the empty map and run all the way through that map and not get any experience? I'm going to go through a new map to get more stuff to kill and more experience. That's also going to give me a new wildwood to go through. So we're going to reset the zone with a new instance. So it's a little different. It's a little different layout because it's randomized. It is a seed, but that doesn't matter. We're okay with that. So we're about halfway to leveling up. We're probably going to level up in the wildwood. Just in case, though, what I'm going to do is we are going to ignore the wildwood for now until we level. We're going to run through here, and we're going to kill all these guys until we level up, and then we'll go to the wildwood. So throughout the game, you're going to be able to level up. When you level up, you can upgrade your flasks. You can take 3 of any flask, small, 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 for example. And when you go to the vendor, you can sell them small, small, small to get a medium. This works for any life or mana flask in the game. They could be enchanted. They could have extra abilities. If you do that, you're just going to get regular flasks. So as we can see here, we have a blue pack. So like we talked about, blue is going to give us 3 times the experience, and they have an increased rate to drop blue loot. Another speed flask, very cool. So now that we've leveled up, after we kill these guys, we're going to go to the Viridian Wildwood thing. So a very common thing with the new... Oh, we got a rare. See this guy? He's a unique rarity. Which means he is going to be a huge pain in the butt to kill. So we're going to just run around killing everything other than him. And we're going to wait until he's the last thing left. So with his ability to run around like a maniac, we're gonna hide behind this tree so he can't hit us. So because of all my ghosts, they're basically just murdering them. So we didn't actually really have to do anything. But normally, we'd be doing all kinds of stuff. Technically, we should not be using a padded vest because it's a dexterity item. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to switch to a caster chest. And we are going to use this socket. So we're not going to use any of this stuff. We're not going to use any of that stuff. Okay, so now we pretty much killed everything. We're going to level up with some more cast speed. That cast speed is good stuff. So again, even though we don't need small flasks because we're good, we want to get 3 because then we could trade in 3 flasks for a 3 flasks for a medium. Small, small, small into medium, 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 medium into large, etc. Orb of Alchemy. So this is a great little piece of currency. We're going to go through a bunch of different ones as we level. So again, one of the most important things that we talk about is sockets. For our main attacks to... now I'm actually going to turn off my attack. My auto attack, I'm never going to use it. So anytime I accidentally auto attack, it's just getting in the way. So the socket thing is the most important thing because you want to augment your ability you're using to kill everything. And normally you will have a... see, we just enraged those guys. luckily, we're over leveled now because we've just been murdering. So the fetid pool is up top. We're not going to mess with that yet because we want to go ahead and finish our objective here. Always want to finish what you're doing before you move to the next zone. Because again, zones are only open for 15 minutes. So if you half-ass a zone and then you come back 15 minutes later, you got to restart the whole thing. So why would you want to do that, right? Well, here's a good little pack size, a dense little pack of boys. So yeah, our phantasms are doing the Lord's work. This is great. They're kind of body blocking the kind of tank stuff for us, which is great. We got glyph number 2. We got glyph number 3 over here. As you can see, mana isn't really a problem with the Tendrils build. We could pretty much just mana forever and ever and ever. So, this is the end of the quest here. I don't even know if we have. Yeah, we do. Okay, so we got all 3. Fantastic. So, if we come in here, let's see if we can get a portal. Alright, so here we go. A waypoint. Boom. We can now go back to town and sell, but our inventory is only half full, so we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to go into the Wildwood, and we are going to do our best to murder everything we can. So first, we're looking for wisps. There are no wisps in the vicinity. They look like little colored gems. So we're going to try and find a trail of wisps, which is going to lead us to a point of interest where we're going to get a bunch of extra loot. So these guys with the flowers are really annoying. They deal, oh, we got a yellow, which means it's going to deal a ton of damage. We got to get ready for a ton of damage. So flasks can only recharge X amount of mana. It's a very, very interesting thing to remember. So this blue is really killing us here. Oh gosh. So we're gonna wait for our spell shield to come back because that's no fun. Ding, level up. Alright, so he dropped the yellow. Very nice. The shield is actually really good. We just got our first shield, and it's a movement speed shield. Good stuff. Frostnoob says, murder anything you can. Sounds like a bad guy to me. Oh, no! So, yeah. You guys are unlocking my villain arc right now. So, we're going to kind of move some stuff and things over here. We're going to play Tetris like a good little boy. Alright, so that opened up a little bit more space. Boom, look at that. So now we can add the spike. I guess we technically want that more. Look at that. Who doesn't like playing Tetris while they're playing another game, right? So now we get Dominion, spell damage, cast speed, intelligence. So this is a great node to start with. Alrighty. So again, we're trying to find a line of wisps, and we cannot find wisps to save our freaking life. That's okay, because we just happen to come across this this forest path. So again, these have really good loot. There's always a chance of just getting totally obliterated, killed super fast. So we always just want to loot the yellows as fast as we can. We always want to look for magic-based items first, and then everything else second. We always want stuff for our build over anything else. So again, still no wisps. No wisps. So we just have to go in like a random direction. There's no rhyme or reason to it, unfortunately. So that's a dead end. Necromancer doing their BS. So another thing to consider with different abilities is how fast do they clear mobs of enemies versus how much damage do they do single target. So we got 96 wisps that time. We could not find wisps to save our freaking life. That sucks. But that's okay. We got a ton of experience. Now, because we got 96 wisps, what we've done now is increase the chance of increased loot, increased enemy damage and stuff. We've empowered them using the League mechanic. That's normally a pretty bad idea. You normally don't want to empower things. Because the loot, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, so to speak. The increase in loot is minimal, the increase in difficulty is very high. So you see a lot of these guys shooting ice. Cold resistance is really important in here if you can get a hold of it. You definitely want cold resist. So here we have a pack of blue mobs. They're super tanky. They're lightning resist, which is why we're doing literal nothing to them right now. So we're just going to fireball them down. Let's see. Lightning tendrils, fireball, and arcane surge report. 100% checks out. We love killing all these little dudes. Oh. So, as you can see, this is why a lot of people use a map at the center of the screen. Is because these maps get really complicated really fast. So normally you're going to be running in the top left or the top right of the map pretty much all the time. So you're either going top left, top right, and you normally do this zigzag where you kind of go back and forth. That's how you find new areas of the map. If you spawn at the top of a map, then you're going to go bottom left, bottom right, back and forth. Again, the better you get at learning these little map seeds, the faster you can move through. So again, if we find anything with cold resist, we're probably going to put it on. Because everything in here does ice damage. Feel like this is a dead end. But let's see if we can find a little rare or something. Nope, epic fail. Gonna use our flash to scooty scoot through the map super quick. Remember, every time we get kills, we get new flash charges, so no reason not to use our flash. So the boss up here deals a lot of cold damage, Merveil. She's a pretty hard check for people. If you don't have cold resist, she is going to truck you. She deals so much damage. Her second form has a ton of like AoEs. She has geysers. She shoots ice. Damn, Illuminati Waffle Puss is right. Oh snap, that is a super duper rare. So that is unique that we are actually avoiding because we want as many summoned phantasms as possible. So we got a Brood Princess. In addition to doing AoE Ice, also summons a bunch of mobs, which actually helped us murder her because the more mobs they summon, the more phantasms we get, right? So we do have a skill point. Before we leave here, we are going to use it. We're just melting everything for experience. Again, you normally wouldn't want to do that. You just want to keep moving forward as quickly as possible through the maps in order to save yourself a bunch of time. So we have a totally full inventory. Normally people don't pick up a lot of stuff. I am a bit of a hoarder, so surprise. So we're going to go up to Lightning Walker. That's our goal. So yeah, we're about to hit 2 hours in. Heck yeah. So again, our stuff is full. Our total inventory is full. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a town portal to go sell some stuff. So again, we can kind of just sit here blasting because the phantasms will range for us. So let's take a look at what we're working with here, okay? We finally got another ring. This is a mana ring. And when we identify it, it's going to also tell us it gives evasion and lightning resist. I'll take it. Little chain of skeletons here interrupting us. So yeah, we right click on the town portal. We go back to town. We're going to sell all our stuff. And yeah. Okay, so now he wants us to kill Mervale. We get Frostbomb, Orb, Raging Spirit, Contagion, Detonate Dead, Flame Wall. Flavor-wise, we want Orb of Storms. Summon Raging Spirits is probably the best thing in the game. So, yeah. We will do the flavor. We're going to do Orb of Storms. And we get our first teleport, Frostblink. So, while we're sitting here, we're going to take our Frostblink. Boom. We are now getting rid of Lightning Tendrils because, like we talked about, it is inferior. So now we have Orb of Storms, and we are going to put Lightning Tendrils in the middle here. And we're going to set up a Frost Blink here so that we can very quickly teleport. So now we're going to sell all this cool stuff. All this cool stuff that we don't care about. Very few of these are caster items, so we're not even going to consider them for our builds. We do have an upgrade to our flask. Heck yeah, we get a medium flask. We have a bunch of small mana flasks, so we know we can go small mana, small mana, small mana, get a medium. So now we get a medium. We got another Quicksilver that we can't use right now.
Stay sharp.
So we're going to stash all this stuff. Okay. So now we're going to go back out there. Now one thing to keep in mind, these portals are only up for like 15 minutes. If you portal and then you go AFK or you go get food or whatever, you're going to goof. Then you got to hoof it all the way back. So it's a new day. We got a new Wildwood. Let's see if we can find these freaking wisps. Hey, yellow wisps. See the little yellow gems? That's what we want. We want yellow wisps. So now you can see our orbs. They're doing work here. We got a bigger mana flask, which means more healing. Of course, the very first thing we fight is literally lightning resist. So that is unfortunate. Oh god. So again, we chose flavor instead of power, and because of that, we're going to die in a fire. But again, if you keep moving, a lot of times you're going to do okay. So we're just waiting for our spell shield to come all the way back. We're just going to run in a circle around this lightning ball, hoping it keeps shooting this big guy until he's dead. Now that we've killed the big guy, maybe we have a little bit of a chance. Nope, we're dead. Alright. Honestly, not a big loss. The whole lightning resist thing is miserable. So again, that's why we really want the elemental affinity, because then those guys will take at least 25% of the damage. So there is a super easy way to cheat here. What we're going to do is we are going to control click and we're going to make a new version of the ledge. New version of the ledge means new portal. Okay, so what we're actually going to do is swap these. We're going to use Orb of Storms, no matter how trash it may be. And, okay, no... Oh, there we go. Okay, so now we got some shards. Look at all these wisps. Oh, snap. Got a lot of enemies in here. So we're just going to keep following the chain of wisps. So there's purple, there's blue, and there's yellow. The yellow is the Huntress. She is really like based on the end game. She's all about doing like a ton of extra loot and stuff. And we're probably not going to have that. We're not going to have a bunch of her wisps and stuff. Oath of the Magi is the purple one here. Whoa, there's a lot of bad guys. Alright, we gotta run. So again, those guys with the flowers are really good. Oh my gosh. So those guys are also lightning resist. So again, we're picking the flavorful stuff. We're getting trashed. That's okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at our support. Orb of Storms does not work with Phantasm. So we're going to swap that out. Arcane Search support, Lightning Tendrils, which we are back to using again. Lightning Tendrils is going to get the summon Phantasms. We didn't have any Phantasms in there, which is why we're dying so fast. So these little totems basically work as casters. They're super annoying. So we got a totem buffing these guys, we can tell from this red aura. Gotta find the totem buffing them and kill it. Alright, being level 9. Alright, so we actually got a set of caster boots. But unfortunately, they don't have a link for blue. That is quite unfortunate. A lot of times, like we talk about, the socket is more important. The socket is more important than the actual stats of the ability, the stats of the armor. So we are getting a healthy little host of phantasms here. They are pew-pewing everything. So, fun thing about leveling is that the gems level whether or not you use them. Right? The gems just level from being equipped. So, the cool thing is if you're going to work on a build later, you can just equip those gems now if you have room, and you'll just use them later when you level them up. Assuming that you need a leveled gem. So these cliffs, a lot of times enemies will jump down and ambush you. It doesn't really matter because you have a giant AoE. Our area of effect is just murdering everything, so it's like whatever. They just jump right into the death with the ambush. It's pretty fun. So again, Cult Resist is super important. Our next boss is Merveil. She's this angry merfolk lady who hoards gold or whatever. So a lot of people will go with a minion build using Witch, the Necromancer type build. It's very effective. So this totem is going to be super annoying because he's lightning and we're lightning, which means normally he's got resistance. Alright, mission accomplished there. Pick up some blues. Hey, more flasks. Yeah, we're just going to keep zooming. Pretty much nothing in here is relevant. We know we're kind of over-leveled for the next boss, so we have nothing to lose by running. Alright, everybody, we have a new Wildwood. We have half a stack of inventory here. Whoa! Yeah, those rares deal a lot of damage. You're not messing around. Alright, let's go on the Wildwood. We've had pretty bad luck so far. Let's run it back. The new league mechanic is super good on getting loot. That is one thing it does. The loot is crazy. So these little nodes, a lot of times they'll give you a little teleport back to the main map. Other times they will show you a point of interest. So we do have a level up. We're going to go ahead and get Firewalker now, even though we are not igniting yet. Here we go, some yellow wisps. Ooh, extra fire damage and chaos damage. Spicy. So we lost our yellow wisps. Let's see if we can find the yellow. Follow the yellow wisp road. Hey, here we go. Heck yeah. We're always on the lookout for yellow, always on the lookout for yellow items just because we know they vendor. We know they vendor. We know we can get some good stuff. Then the yellow wands, we really want to keep an eye out because we know a wand can drastically change the amount of damage we do. Okay, that's all big crap. We're good. Whoa. That's where we started. Whoa, there's spiders. Okay, so, yeah. So this is just going to take us back to where we came. We're going to try and collect a couple more wisps just to see if there's anything at the periphery here. Nope. And we're back on the map. So now we have potentially enhanced a bunch of stuff, making it way harder to kill. Again, not much loot for way harder to kill enemies. Not a good mix. Not a good mix at all. So our inventory is full. We're going to go back and sell. Again, if we were speeding through the map, we would never be doing this, just selling random crap.
Progress.
Hello.
Wait a second. Those gloves are probably going to be way better than whatever we're working with. Let's see. Elemental damage, fire, attack speed, cast speed, mana. Well, that's pretty good. Fire, lightning, mana, chaos, stun. Interesting. Let's see what that does to our DPS here. Fire damage plus 6 lightning damage seems really good. Maximum mana, fantastic. Can never have too much mana. But then we lose a blue link. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. Let's see. We need the lightning surge phantasms. Orb of storms. Not super worried about the surge support. Fireball. Frostblink, yeah. That'll do for now.
Yes. Take care.
Stash. Let's take a look at our flasks, see if we have 3 more to combine. Well, we do. How about that? Grants immunity to shock. Ooh, that's spicy. So we're going to pull out these fatties. Okay, we're going to put all this stuff away. Oh wait, we have another 250. Boom. So, you can have magic and rare flasks. For example, this one right here is just a higher quality. Just a random roll. It gives 128. So that's really good. But you know, we don't even know what's going on with these guys that are unidentified. So let's see what kind of stuff we get. Immunity to bleed. So that one's really good. For like the boss we're gonna see, the Warden, for example. It's gonna be really good. So we have 90, 104, 90, 42. So we're gonna do the 104. Then we've got 90 mana immunities. We're definitely doing that. And boom, look at that. We're all flasked up now. We got some big juicy flasks. Lots of health regen, lots of mana regen, good stuff. We do have a frost blink now. This is a really cool way to kind of get around. Does greatly increase our speed at which we can play the game. So as you can see, we can teleport over these ledges and stuff. So we're just going to wait till we see a giant mob of dudes and then we're going to kill it. Ooh, blues. Archers can be tricky. Lots of burst damage. And then we have a unique here who just murdered us. Iron Point the Forsaken. So, the most likely reason that he killed us is that he is empowered with the yellow power-up from the mechanic. So, yeah, he's dealing a ton of damage and he's kicking our ass. Surprise. Again, he could drop better loot, but unfortunately, doesn't seem like that's going to matter. Ooh. Blue herbs. So, blues, higher damage, risk versus reward. They do punch through physical armor, which is unfortunate because we're super tanky, or we're not very tanky at all. So, we're super glassy. We got murdered. That's okay. Give him a little chill. Alright, we got another amulet, flask, good stuff. Wow, there's a lot of dudes. And another unique. Back-to-back uniques. Alright, let's see. So, this is some good stuff. A little survivability. Ring, cold resist, so we know we want that. Our rings are pretty dog shit, so we're safe there. Mana regen, energy shield, gain life versus straight intelligence. Probably better off with the blue. None of this stuff is usable for us, so yeah. Okay. Okay. So, let's see. We are already up to the prison. Basically, we gotta run through some prisons. There's a big old boss. There's a big old meanie. Lightning damage, minion damage, void, ailments, devour, efficacy, legion, combustion. So we are going to actually consult our guide here. Because we have two competing support gems and we're not sure which one is best. So, for those of you following along at home, just remember that you can totally go to our Facebook group, BlackPoloSociety, and you can look at this event. And I actually linked the POB and a YouTube video of the streamer that we are basing this on here to kind of show you what we are working with here. Let's see. Okay. Inconclusive. So, added lightning damage. You know, obviously, lightning damage is great when we're dealing a ton of lightning. Don't really care about the minions. Chaos doesn't matter. Duration of ailments, which here would be shock, increasing the effect of non-damaging ailments, and then skills 10% more. Deal 10% more fire. We're not dealing fire. Supported skills have a 25% chance to ignite. Enemies ignited will, by supported skills, have 10% fire resist. This is probably where we want to be at just to get on theme for Arc Ignite. It's not actually the best thing for us to do. It's just very flavorful for what we're doing. So we're trying to have fun doing an Arc Ignite build. And so let's do some arcing and some igniting, right? So let's see. We're going to go ahead and relink Lightning Tendrils with Combustion support. And then Summon Phantasms isn't bad, so we probably still want to keep leveling it.
God hasn't abandoned us.
We're just going to dump a bunch of stuff here. This is overkill with the flasks. We're going to go ahead and get another movement flask in here because we are a pokey little puppy right now. Let's see. I think we've got all our quests turned in for now. Yeah, we got to kill Brutus. We got to kill Mervale. We kind of skipped her. I wasn't really paying attention. That's on me. So yeah, let's go back here. Let's go kill her real quick. Get the quest reward. Let's try another Wildwood. We have had really, really bad luck with that. Trying to find a good cache. So here we have purple. So again, this is fantastic for loot. The only problem with the mechanic, in my opinion, is just how crazy it gets with empowering these freaking minions. If you're new to PoE, you really want to avoid this because it is just a ridiculous amount of headache. So here we've got purple and yellow. We're going to go for yellow. Yellow gives us rarity, currency. Also, we're going to end up doing the Huntress, which is yellow affinity. So we're just going to follow the yellow path. And now we've made it to a yellow point of interest here. So, yeah, the Arc Ignite is spicy. We're just going to keep frost stepping out of stuff. Run them around in circles here. So, yeah, we are super over-leveled for Merveil now. Again, we're going to grab yellows and caster stuff first, obviously. Pulsing tuber. Okay, so those gloves are actually really good for us. Alright, so while we're here, let's see. We grab Firewalker, Lightning Walker. I kind of just want to punch through up here into these nodes that we're going to go for anyway, instead of going around. Okay, so that's a yellow. These gloves. Oh yeah, we got another blue link here. Heck yeah, everybody. So this is going to enable us. Right now we have the tendrils with combustion support, so we're igniting. So we'll go with... we will go with our... our Orb of Storms, I guess? We'll go with our Orb of Storms, and we're going to give it Summon Phantasm support. These wool shoes seem like a great upgrade. Unfortunately, we need the blue link. Sucks. We do have a new head, potentially. +9 intelligence. We're going to stick with the cold resist for now. This ring isn't really doing much for us, so let's see what we're working with here. 29 life, mana, rarity. Heck yeah. Rarity of items is always fun. I've got the Jew Claw, you know, so I'm a huge fan of increased rarity. Gain life, energy shield, 24 regen. Oh, yeah, we're good. Okay. All right, that's pretty good for now. Let's see. Ooh, simple robe. Nice. This could be a good upgrade for us right now. Cold resist, reflects damage. Winning! Okay. Yeah. This robe could be better, but we won't get a link. Intelligence, energy shield, mana, cold resist. Yeah, that's a strict upgrade. Alright. Well, that was cool. Alrighty. Let's see. We're probably near the end of this. Let's see if we can get any more yellow. Any more yellow. Here we go. Here we go. Any point of interest here? Nope. Okay. Following the yellow trail. Tell me your secrets. And it's back to our map. That's okay. We're going to grab a bunch of wisps. So this is going to empower the map and make a bunch of stuff unkillable with our trash build. Unfortunately. LOL. So yeah, you're going to watch us die a bunch on this map now. You're welcome. I'm sure it'll be entertaining. Let's go ahead and sell all the crap we just got. Alright, so we are offloading some juicy fat loot we just got. Oh yeah, our belt is total garbage. Alright. Equip the belt.
While we live,
Stash.
we are blessed.
Stash our stash. Alright, we are ready to zoom through Maryville. Let's go. A unique. Another brood princess. She summons a million dudes. Remember, we're actually okay with that because we have summon phantasms and a huge AoE. Ooh. Lightning and shock resistant, but the ignite is doing the Lord's work. Look at it go. Thanks, combustion support. We couldn't have done it without you. So what's up, chat? How's everybody doing today? Feel free to ask questions in the comments. We're kind of doing a little let's play, trying to help everybody, you know, check out the new Affliction League and answer any questions. I'm still quite the novice. I've got 500 hours in the game. You know, I've pretty much cracked the code when it comes to the first 10 acts. When it comes to mapping, I'm garbage. When it comes to boss thing, I'm garbage. When it comes to endgame delve, I'm garbage. So feel free to ask away any questions you may have. More than happy to ask. Cross Noob says, I'm at work. That is quite all right. Me too. Me too. We are trying to figure out where this cavern is. Where they at? We cracked the code. The flooded depths. So yeah, this is where we kill the other boss. Frost Noob says, in the market for a couch, also the game Pal World looks cool like a Pokemon shooter. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, lots. Video Game Awards definitely got a lot of hype for games. Lots of spicy games. Yeah, again, we love the loot of the Wildwood. We hate the empowerment. You got a shrine in here. Shrines do an AoE and they give you a buff. Could be electric damage, could be enrage, could be invincibility. All kinds of fun stuff. Open the Eye of the Storm. While we are in a lightning build with lightning damage, checks out. And that's it. Shortcut there, using our blink. Scooty scoop. Oh hey, Dweller of the Deep. Alright, we killed Merveil's little crab. We can now go back to town, so we're going to go exit character selection. That's going to teleport us back to town. You
managed to.
Hey, skill points. Shucks. Selling stuff. What are we cooking with here? Maximum life regen. That's okay.
Stay sharp out there.
Now we can get our reward. So he gave us a skill point, which is basically a level up. That skill point is going to break us through to all elemental damage, 10%. Noise. Let's see. Stash. Alright. Back on to old Broody here. So, this boss is Brutus. He is a madman when it comes to like face tanking and stuff. It's a problem. Shout out to Atkins Creamy Cinnamon Swirl. Very yummy. Low carb protein shake. Okay, so prison is one of the maps that has a labyrinth, so we probably want to do Labyrinth is one of the ways you kind of level up in the game. You go through the different labs throughout the game. They give you loot. They give you your prestige classes and whatnot. Again, we're just going to avoid the league mechanic for now. We'll farm it when we need some loot. It's a great way to get a ton of yellows. So when our loot is kind of outdated for our level, maybe that's when we'll do it. Oh yeah, I forgot to fix my map. Hopefully we will get a 3 or 4 link coming up. Could definitely use those summon phantasms right now. Doing the Lord's work. It would really help. Winning. So we do see a blue pack over here. We can circle back around. Okay. So, moving through the prison. Ooh-wee. Being level 12. So Frost Blink we are not going to level up because it's just a movement ability for us. We do not care about the scaling damage because we want to conserve our mana. Alright, Brutus the Warden. Fun times. He is going to Rick roll us.
Ignorance brought you here, sister. To the one place where your talents are free to
Spooky, spooky. Alright, so here we are, about to fight another boss. Brutus is coming up. He's got some slam attacks, some little AoEs. He's got a big old hook. We definitely don't want to get hooked. We are using one of the worst abilities in the game where we just stand there and channel. He's going to totally kick our ass. I guess we're going to die twice. That's my guess.
You think me hard?
Tricky.
I will show you what true horror is.
Dodge the hook. Once he charges up, we can just back attack him. Once he enrages, he moves while he does his stupid thing. Dodge the hook. Where's the hook? There it is. Ouchie. No! Get back in the AoE.
Let me embrace you.
Yay, murder. Prostitute says more positivity, please. Alright, so, we killed this boss who dropped a bunch of rares. They sell for delicious currency. So, I don't see a lot that we can use. There is a blue link padded vest. Yay. Let's see. 2 blue, no link. Heck yeah. So, yep, so we got little flavor things we can go through. We find out that there's some shenanigans going on between Chevron and the Warden and Piety. We pass through the prisoner's gate, and we are back outside. So now we get to teleport back to town, talk to Tarkley, get our reward, winning, and avoid getting murdered by those dogs that just attacked us. Heck yeah. So, let's see. We get some interesting gems here. So, Clarity is the first aura we get access to in the game. Cast an aura that grants mana regen to you and your allies. You and nearby allies regenerate 3 mana per second, but you'll notice that this reserves 34 mana. So basically, to sacrifice 244 mana down to 214 mana, I get 3 mana per second regen. So normally this checks out. It's definitely effective enough that it's worth it. Summon skeletons. It's another minion thing. We're not really doing that. Lightning Warp. Waits a duration before teleporting to a destination. This is a fast travel thing that deals lightning damage. Pickett says, killed them dead. Oh yeah. 0 deaths. Winning. Flame Dash is the strictly better movement ability. Okay. Then we have Wither, which is a debilitating debuff, chaos damage taken, and Body Swap. So we're actually going to go with Flame Dash. It's the best zoomy zoom that we get. So we're going to replace our Frost Blink with Flame Dash. We are going to identify some of these rares. Let's see if we get something extra spicy. So let's see. This gives Energy Shield 26. Energy Shield, Energy Shield. We're really just focusing on damage and resistances. Life, Energy, Intelligence. 27 life, nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I don't know. Like the fact that it says blue, 2 blues. Okie dokie. Time to sell a bunch of stuff. Delicious money.
Stay sharp out there.
We're going to take all our currency and throw it in the stash. Goodbye, Frost Blink.
For some,
We loved you.
death as well. Take care.
Alrighty, time to TP back. Gonna teleport back to Prisoner's Gate. Yeah, so this is one where we don't really have a lot of stuff of interest here. So we're probably just gonna blast through. So we follow the road. This lovely lady seals the gate behind us. She's such a nice person.
This is for your own.
No, take me with you. Okay, so now we have to find the key, which just means we have to run back through here. Just normally we have like whites. We don't have a lot of magic find to increase the rarity of what we're looking for. So yeah. We get into really dense packs, kind of piling up. We'll probably do a little blink and whatnot. Try out a flame dash here. So flame dash, the reason why it's one of the best movement abilities is you can have 3 charges of flame dash. So I can zoom, I can zoom, I can zoom, and it deals a little fire dot, which isn't bad by any means. We're just zooming through the map here. Got him. Alright, so we got that little respawn boy. So, this is our first Vol area. Exciting. So, Vol gems are different versions of existing gems. So, if you have a gem like Arc, you click the button and it deals lightning damage. Vol gems are different. You don't get to do that. With a Vol gem, you have to wait until you've killed X number of enemies. Could be 10, 20, 30, something like that. And the way it works is once you get those 30 kills or what have you, you get a huge boon to your ability. So if it's like Arc, it might deal a huge Arc explosion every 30 kills. So yeah, Vol gems are super fun. They're like a hot take on needing souls to charge up the ability and then do like a super ultimate version. So very fun time. So the way it works, you run into these zones that have modifiers, and the enemies are a little souped up. You get modifiers that can be pretty detrimental. You know, if I see one that says like lightning resist, probably don't want to go in there, right? Nice. We got a little glyph here. I like Vol because normally they're full of stuff to kill. Packed full of juicy experience enemies. High density of mobs. Also, these Vol soldier guys that are kind of like zombies are really slow. So we are keeping an eye out for a blue 3-link. Doesn't matter what it is. Any 3 blue links. That's super duper important. We're gonna bail because these guys are doing a lot of damage. And we know there's an enemy right up here at the end. So, yeah, we got a big goat man here. He's very angry. He's blasting us. So we do have a triple blue, but they're not linked. But still, very good. So the way it works, you kill a bunch of enemies, you get to this altar here. So again, Flame Dash, we're going to right click because we don't want to upgrade Flame Dash. It's going to cost more mana for negligible damage. So we're not interested. So we click on the letter and we get the gems. Or when we kill we click on the vessel and we get the gem. So here we have Vol Spectral Throw. So instead of the regular Spectral Throw, it throws several copies of your weapon. It requires, soul gains and blah, blah, blah. So it requires 15 souls per Spectral Throw. Okay? We're not building this, but I'm just going to throw it in my bank anyway. Okay.
Too much clutter.
So we are full again. Oh my goodness. That's a good place to be. So let's see. This mask could be an upgrade for us. Even though it doesn't have blue links. Fire resist, evasion, energy, stun. Not a fan. The boots, blah, blah, blah. The gloves. Ooh, this headpiece could be an upgrade for us. Life, I'm not really interested. Let's check out this amulet. Ooh, okay. Very cool, very cool. Let's check out the wand. Fire damage, lightning damage. Wait a minute. Is there anything white in our inventory? Maybe we picked up a white by accident. Nope. Okay, so now we have a bunch more blue links, which is nice. Let's check out these gloves. Life, regen, etc. The shoes are awful. You know what? Actually, let's show you guys how some stuff works. Let's see. We're gonna go. It opens a portal when you finish the gate, which is nice. So now we get spit right back out here. So we are just gonna fast travel, or we're just gonna scoot around, hoping to get to the end of the map. Because again, all the work we're doing here kind of awkward because we're just gonna end up leveling past it, right? So our goal is to just be as efficient as possible. Gonna hit him with the fire, hit him with the lightning, blast him down. Ooh, okay. So let's kill these guys that are in the way. And we got some more spicy loot. So of course, blues are always worse than yellows when it comes to vendoring stuff. So we are greedy, right? So we're gonna grab this thing, we're gonna move that thing. Again, I really like the inventory aspect. It's like Tetris. You get to play Tetris every day. Super fun. Ungoloth is unique, so we've got a good amount of health on him, right? Hey, we got an upgraded Quicksilver Flask. That could be good. We do like to scoot. So, while we're here, let's go ahead and level up. Life resistances, mana, regen, intelligence. I think we're really trying to get to Elemental Overload. I'm pretty sure is what we're trying to do. So, let's see. Ooh, wee. So we do have room for that. Nice. We have a blue link too. Yeah, so let's scoot. Let's gather everybody up. Get some murder going. And yeah, we're kind of like a death Roomba. We just roam around in circles, murdering everybody. Yeah, don't forget,
Sirens appear to be dining well.
don't forget to follow our Facebook. We're going to be making more Facebook events to show you guys. Basically, just to let everybody know when we're going live, what we're doing, what's up. Vanessa here. Okay. Booyah. So a lot of the gems and stuff, we may use them on another build later in the league. Who knows? So let's go ahead and check this out. Chance to avoid being chilled or frozen. Nice. So yeah, 30 is 60 consumed, and 40 speed, which is the standard. So yeah, we're just going to use this. So boom, now we can avoid being chilled or frozen. So that's a cool little perk to have on our flask. Since we're really squishy, and we don't want to end up accidentally getting frozen and then just getting murdered. Frost the Noob with the BlackPoloSociety clip art t-shirts. So now we're going to go talk to Davy Jones. Yeah, this guy, he's an undead pirate. He wants us to go on a mission for him. He betrays us, and we get to slaughter him. We kill the undead pirate, who then kills... we kill the undead pirate, who then comes back, and we kill him again. It's a really fun time. So, I don't see any wisps. We're looking for yellow, ideally, but we will take a green. As you can see, our time to kill is getting a lot faster now. We're getting some sick loot. Purple. I hate purple. It's really, really, really strong. I don't want to die. So we're just going to use our flasks before we even need them, hoping that we don't die. These witches are ridiculous. The corpse explosion thing, just everything they do is strong. Hey, a green trail. So we're going to follow the green trail. Emphasis on we're going to try to follow the green trail. Or blue trail, I'm sorry. Where did it go? No, I don't want to go back. Okay, well, that's a short one. That's okay. Now everything's empowered, so it's just going to kill us. So we're going to run away. Frost Noob says, I thought you were following the yellow brick road. Yeah, we were. Yellow is the end game. Yellow is the Huntress NPC. And so, yeah, yellow is really good, and that's what we're going to be doing the most of at the end of the game. But for now, we kind of want to snag a little blue to get the blue guy whenever he shows up. Basically, these wisps are like money. You collect all the money, and then you go talk to the vendor, and you cash them in for gear, cash them in for these cool little tinctures that are like upgraded flasks. You can cash them in for charms. You can plug into your class to get cool abilities. All kinds of neat stuff. Yeah, the new League mechanic, normally when they come out, they're a little tricky, because they have a habit of making the power-ups a little too strong. And so in the next week or so, we'll probably get a downgrade to the ludicrous buffs that they get. So these guys like to tar, which is the worst. Can we teleport up here? No? So because of the way the map has seeds, it's always random. Where the guys are, how to get up there. It's very tricky. Fairgraves. We're gonna try to teleport up here. There we go.
Frankly, I would have been surprised if you hadn't.
Alright, so he wants the thingy, aka the All Flame. It's hiding in a hole in the ground over here. Isn't it? Whoa. Heck yeah.
Too much clutter.
Oh no, we're out of room. There we go. So the All Flame is hiding in here. We get to kill a boss. We get to do stuff and things. Alright, so we're not really keen on that. That's not worth. So we want to keep the yellow because we want to sell it. Amen. Alright, we are going to do it just like that. Oh, look at that. A whole inventory full of stuff and things. So yeah, more Roas. These guys are still, they can still stun lock you. It's a little tricky. So we're going to jump in here. We're going to spend our skill point. We're going to actually take a look at our map here. We're going to try and crack the code. Figure out what the heck we are supposed to be doing here. Let's see. The tree tells me to go to Crackling Speed. Cruel Preparation, Elemental Overload. Let's see. This also takes Elemental Overload. So many fun things. Frostnoom says, always listen to the trees. Doran Strong. Yep. Okay, so... Elemental Overload, Mind Over Matter, and Agnostic. Okay, so let's see where we're at here. Mind Over Matter, 40% damage taken by mana. Yep, checks out. So at the end of the game, there's a couple different ways to really build like a... to build up your defenses. You know, you really need to find a couple tricks to not die. Mind Over Matter is one of those. You stack a ton of mana, and when you get this ability, 40% of damage is taken from your mana before your life. Mana regens faster than life. Or a witch. We got a bunch of mana. I'm going to go straight for Elemental Overload. Hey, a blue trail. Okay, I have no idea what this is. Let's find out.
We, the Magi.
Okay. Whoa. Lots of flasks, that's cool. Whoa. Okay. Blue gone. Blue gone. Blue gone. Yellow. Blue gone. That could be a bit of an upgrade, eh? Goodbye. Goodbye. Let's go ahead and identify this flask. 175. Chill freeze. Sweet. Curious. Oh, we got a new mana ring. Let's check that out. Alright, we got the Wrath Eye. Mana, attributes, fire damage, life, mana. Doo-doo. Alright, look at that. We did it, everybody. That was easy enough. Silken vest. Don't mind if I do. Alright, let's keep going. We want to avoid purple. Purple is tricky. Shucks. Okay, so everything on this map is now super empowered, which is going to be really awkward. Do get better loot though, so that's good.
Too much clutter.
We're going to go up and left. Let's see what happens. Heck yeah. Here we go. Got him.
Clutter.
Okay, so not a lot of useful stuff there. We're gonna go with item level 11. Yeah, we're gonna go with this little prison here. Got a little bundle. We're gonna save the slave girl.
Too
And then
much
give me the all flame, which is enormous, right? Oh no, it's tiny. Okay, so we get the all flame. Alrighty, chat. We're now gonna run back to Davy Jones. Davy Jones. Davy Jones is gonna betray us. So we knew that was gonna happen, so we're just gonna light everything on fire. Easy mode. Super cool bow. Unfortunately, we're not using that. Shabby Jerkin. No comment. Carved Wand, level 13. That is probably a strict upgrade here. Let's see. I'm gonna kick out some of these. And let's get some wands up in here, huh? A little Harry Potter action. The boy who lived. Yeah, I am pretty sure we would be Team Slytherin with this Palpatine build. You know what I'm saying, chat? Let us see. We got energy, flask recovery. Okay, that's us. Let's check out some wands. Requires level 4. What? Like a level 30 zone. 15% spell damage. That's legit. All right. Moving on to Marvel. Now that we've taken out our little crab and we've taken out the ghosty boy Davy Jones. Normally there's a door somewhere up here. Hey, found it. So we're going to go through 2 series of caves. We're going to fight the boss. So step 1, we're going to go sell our stuff because we are stingy. We love money. He's trying to give me skill points. Oh my gosh, we got Arc. We did it. Okay. So. Okay, so now that we have Arc, that's going to take over as our main thing. So Arc is going to replace Lightning Tendrils. Lightning Tendrils is going to go away now.
Take care.
So let's talk about some currency, huh? Let's talk about some of these awesome abilities. Frosty says, Adava Kedavra. Okay, so for example, we have some blue rarity, we have a little bit of yellow. Obviously we prefer yellow. Then we have these white shoes. They have a 2 link, so we are reliant on this link. So again, sometimes the sockets and the links are more important than all the abilities of the item. And so in this example, this item has nothing. So what I can do is I can actually go up here and waste my money. Upgrading an Orb of Alchemy guarantees normal turns into a yellow rare. Over here, slightly easier to use, but more risky. Orb of Chance. They're more common, but it's a random rarity. It could be blue, could be yellow, could be a unique. That's like 1 in every 1,000. So what we're going to do is we're going to use an Orb of Alchemy. Guaranteed yellow, random stats. So we get Intelligence, Energy Shield, Life, and Stun. So this is great. I was hoping for movement speed, but that's okay. So now we're going to socket in Arc with Combustion Support. Arc. Lightning reaches the caster targeted enemy, chains to others, but not immediately back. Each time the arc chains, it will also chain to a secondary arc that was not someone already hit. So basically, lightning to enemy 1, lightning to enemy 2, lightning to anybody, including enemy 1. There's only 2 people though. You can't go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. You've got to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the arc can't just go back and forth between 2 people. And then it also has chains up to 4 times. 15% more damage with hits and ailments for each remaining chain. So the more we chain, the more ignite we get, which is the spicy part. So, and then we have combustion support on it because as we can look here, if we just look, it says supported skills, arc, fireball, flame dash, orb storms. So now we are arcing and igniting, which is super fun. Now we're going to talk to Nessa and get that freaking skill point. I'm sorry, Besto you get. And get that skill point. So we are now 1 away from Elemental Overload. And we are over halfway to our level, which means before we hit the boss, we're going to have Elemental Overload, which is simply fantastic. Let's try our chance with a spicy amulet, huh? So what we can do is go to Nessa and buy an amulet. So for example, we have mana regen. So we'll buy a mana regen here. We'll get an Orb of Alchemy. We're going to upgrade that to Regen, Attributes, Intelligence, Lightning, and Global Crit. Alright. So that is strictly better than what we already had. So we're now going to sell her this thing for scraps. And throw the scraps back in here. And so now we have 15 scraps to make an Orb of Alchemy. So we're 3/4 of the way to a new one. Frost Noob says, Orb of Chance. Now we really should do that with something. Let's see if Tarkly has a 3-link.
Greetings.
We're looking for anything blue with 3 links. Triple blue. Triple blue. No dice. So periodically we'll go through here and we'll look at the items they sell to see if we can find like a wand with a triple blue. Then they also sell every single gem ever here. Okay. We're going to go ahead and get clarity. While we're here. And we are going to equip that and we're going to use it. Okay, so now we're going to go back to our map. We're at the last boss of Act 1. Act 1, that means we're 10% of the way through the campaign. So now we turn on clarity, okay? And what that does is it reserves our mana. So we can no longer use this 48 mana, but we get faster mana regen. So let's go into the Wildwood, because we know we need experience, right? We need that juicy experience. Whoa. So I actually have no idea what was going on there. Whoa, that's a big boy. Whoa. Okay, so we always want to pick up yellows if we can.
Much clutter.
Where was that? Oh, there's the green, the blue. So we're going to follow the trail. I don't really want that, because that could take us back to the entrance. And we want to keep going. No. All right.
Welcome, husband. We knew in our hearts that you would find us. Come to rest.
So, lots of baddies in here. We're going to be doing a lot of teleporting around. Whoa, we already got a Chaos Orb. That's spicy. Alright, we got some great slippers here. And we got some bad gloves, but that's okay. And we leveled up, so Elemental Overload, let's go! Let's see what that does for us, eh? So we're going to level up Fireball, Orb of Storms, and Summon Phantasms. We level up everything but our dash. Oh my goodness, so many dead ends. They're so tricky. Alright. One cave down, one cave to go. We've got these wonderful ghosts telling us where to go that are tricking us the whole time. So as we can see, Arc is hilarious. Now, if there's only one guy left, Arc is really, really bad. But when we've got... But when we've got multiple enemies, Arc is amazing. Uh-oh. Those guys explode when they die. That definitely sucks. Got him. All right. Okay. So our number one priority here is to clear the area, get all the little wisps we can. So we're just going to make sure we've got all the little guys we can get. Just going around the edge of the map here. He's also going to pull out all the enemies, so we have an idea of like what's... Whoa! It kicked us out of the map early. Uh-oh. That's unfortunate. Alright. So here we are. We are about to go fight Marival. She's such a nice lady.
Too much clutter.
So like I said, using the map here at the center of the screen, probably better than the mini-map, especially on these like convoluted maps. These get super duper complicated. Just look at this monster on my screen. It's like a labyrinth. Alright, so we're up to the boss. Let's just double check our gear. Make sure we don't have any upgrades here. Okay. Into the boss's lair. Here we go. So, current defense, cold resistance is 17%. That's really low. That's really not good for us. So, we're going to see what happens. Here's hoping. Gonna try and get a little burn going on here. Really relying on the Ignite. Again, Arc is not great as a boss build because the damage scales with number of enemies. Which obviously we're about to have ads, but in general, not good. Okay. Yeah, we got a couple good arcs there. Gonna wait for that spell shield to get back up. Burninating the boss fight. Alright.
Was laughing at this.
Bow, vest, gauntlets, stiletto. Okay. And off we go. Hey, a damp diary. Heck yeah, let's read her diary. Rub it in her face. Not only did we kill you, we read your diary. Okay, so here we are, 3 hours and 40 minutes in. We finished Act 1. So again, Arc is so amazing at this AoE area of effect clearing is so strong. So strong. Let's go back to Act 1. Go back to the vendor.
I thought you were full. Goodbye.
Quite a lady. Damn me. Why would piety go? That medicine. Farewell.
What little help I can offer is yours.
Okie dokie. We're moving on to Act 2. Heck yeah. So now we're just going to be a force of murder. We're just going to be running through, murdering everything within our abilities. Awesome, a dead end. Alright, now that we are in Act 2, we have a much higher chance of getting a 3-link. I mean, we may skip straight to a 4-link. Who knows? And then it's going to greatly increase our arc damage.
I am going. Speak.
Fire, lightning, mana. Yeah, we get it.
do you want? Return if you must.
I have seen those bandits pay you well.
I am near a beast. Stay true.
You and me. You're wrong.
Okay, we have made it to the Act 2 camp. Heck yeah, Act 2 camp. 8 more acts to go. We're going to cook up some ramen noodles real quick. Alrighty, here we are, about almost 4 hours into our 12-hour marathon. And we just picked up a bunch of quests from the Act 2 quest givers. So Act 2, the gist of it is there's 3 bandits that are all bad guys. They all kind of represent kind of like a caster, a rogue, a melee guy. And their whole thing is there's the 3 bandits. If you just kill all the bandits, you go with the talent points. If you leave one bandit alive, each bandit you leave alive, they have different like perks you get, like crit or whatever it is you're trying to build towards. The vast majority of the time, you're just gonna kill everything for the skill points. You're gonna kill all of them. You're gonna go back to camp, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, thanks. Here's these skill points." So yeah, that's the thing. Let's see here. What else about Act 2? Act 2, we're going to see a higher frequency of Vol. So hopefully we'll see some more of these Vol caves and get Vol gems. We're going to need Vol Arc. So hopefully we will come across that. Have not seen a lot of casters though. Getting a lot of decks. A lot of decks here. So we got iron staffs. Okay. We got gruff ribs here. You're gonna keep nuking him from the other side of the river like a coward. Got him. And that's a level up. Clarity is leveled up now. So as we level up Clarity, it's going to consume more mana, but give us faster mana regen. Oh, we got the boss of the map here. Kind of red crab thing. Okay, have we got anything for our caster here? Caster stuff. No, not really. Alrighty, we gotta find a way to cross the river. Always a little mapping here with the tiles, trying to figure everything out. Fun times. Running through Act 2. Alright, let's head down here.
Too much clutter.
Alright. Got a rare camp here. We're gonna light them on fire. Burn them down. Okay, so we got mental rapidity. Cast speed regenerate, which is gonna be amazing. Ooh, a yellow. Hello. Ooh. Arc level up. Heck yeah.
Too much clutter.
Okay. On to the Western Forest. So basically we're just going to follow this road. And we're going to try to avoid all the boys that explode here. There's a lot of them. So we know we've got oak in here. So yeah, let's just do it. Let's go race over to him. Sorry, Captain. Hardly knew you. So there's another quest down here to open up the passage. These guys are normally kind of difficult, I remembered, but... Interesting. I suppose not. So yeah, we're running through Act 2. We're doing Arc Ignite. We got our Arc. We haven't done labs yet since we're still in the beginning of Act 2. But yeah, obviously when we get our Elementalist, we will be igniting. In the meantime, for funsies, we're doing a little combustion support, folks. feel free to chat it up in the chat below. You know, we're doing a 12-hour stream. We're gonna try and power through the whole campaign. You know, my all-time record for campaign is like 8 hours, and we're super far behind because we've just been explaining stuff and having fun, just chilling. So yeah, so obviously we can't do this yet. We don't have the spider. Let's see if we can find Oak. He is hiding. He's very mysterious. Ooh, a strong box. Let's just clear all around it. So we have the perfect build for giant ambushes. So, yeah, this is great. We're going to drop our thingy. We're going to hit him with a little flame dash. And, yeah, let's pop it. Oh, and we're dead. Okay, neat. Round 2 fight. Okay, so, yeah, that's real life. We're going to reactivate Clarity. Let's see. So the arc is firing off. We've taken the, for those of you who are interested, let's check it out. Oopsie. We are going to kill every bandit, okay, because we just want the skill points. We're not going to leave anybody up for, like, the crit or any of the other stuff. We're not doing a fringe build like that. Yeah, we just want 2 skill points. So yeah, when we're at a distance, the arc is fantastic. Still looking for a 3-link. We're a little behind here. Cannot get a triple blue link. Didn't spend the time hunting for something close and using a chromatic or however we want to make our 3-link. Since we'll just level past it, you know, it's not big. Whole rage stench. Yeah, our stuff's full. Here we go. We could not find a leader to save our life. Hello, friend.
You missed a valuable lesson, sister. Never let the power
Okay, so I got rapidity. Whoa. Deep thoughts. What are we trying to do here? Mind over matter? Alright, folks, we're going to take a look-see here. Our little tree. Alright, we are going to open this up once again. Ooh, so they're going agnostic. Full preparation, deep thought, prodigal perfection, searing heat. That's spicy. Let's take a look at the tree here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so we zoom out and we just look at the ignite specific stuff. Snow Forged. Okay. So ignites 15% faster. So we want to go to searing heat. Alright, we're mixing it up. We got our own build, we're doing our own thing. We're madman. Okay, back to camp. Be right back. We're gonna grab our food. Alright, everybody, we are back and we are in Act 2. We've made it to the headquarters here. We are currently running around trying to kill all the bandits, as most builds will do. Again, there's 3 bandits. You got to kill 2 of the 3. If you leave 1 person alive, you get a benefit. If you just kill all 3, the camp will give you 2 extra skill points, which is what most builds do. So that's what we're doing. That's where we're at. We're also mixing up some ramen here. Spicy chicken ramen with extra cayenne pepper and the Gringo Bandito hot sauce. Been using that in a lot of stuff. That Gringo hot sauce does work. Okay. Pickens says still so much skill tree to go. Yeah, no doubt. Let's take a look at this again. So basically, this is where we've gone. We are going to come up here and snag this searing heat, and then we're going to come all the way down here and snag elemental equilibrium. Then again, we're level 20 and we still have like 100 levels to go. There's also a bunch of side quests and stuff that give bonus passes, like the 2 points we're about to get for killing the bandits, for example. So yeah, you know, there's a lot going on. Okay, so let's see.
I have seen warriors.
Sell off all our stuff and things. Energy shield, life, regen, maximum. Okay.
Return.
Okay, so moving on. Now we're gonna murder everything on this side. Act 2 is fun because you just pick left or right and you start butchering. Oh. So, in this zone, we do have an additional objective. There is the Den. The Den is a side quest where you're getting a kill beast in there. So this is Einhar. He helps us hunt monsters. We use those monsters to farm stuff later. So we can go back to like his zoo, and if we need a certain item, certain gear, certain stats, we can just go kill that monster a bunch of times and farm it out. It's pretty fun. Okay, so let's see. Boop, boop, boop.
Too much clutter.
Okay, what are we working with here? This can go over here. Yellow, 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 blue, yellow. F. Okay, so that's all yellows. Sweet. What do we got? It's short. Yay, Scrolls of Wisdom. Can't get much wiser, you know what I mean? So the arc build is doing amazing multi-enemy clear and whatnot. But we know that the biggest weakness of it is single target. Like when you get a boss, it's really hard to catch, really annoying. You gotta try and figure that out. So what we're probably gonna do is have a secondary item, or a secondary socket that we're gonna use. Just as like a backup for single target. Not sure what that is yet, but we'll figure it out. Alright, back to sell. So again, if you're someone who just enjoys, you know, taking your time, having fun, you can spend 25 hours in the campaign, 50 hours in the campaign. Obviously, people who want to focus on the end game, you know, streamers, they commonly clear the end game within 4 hours, right? We're 4 hours in and we're in Act 2, but we also took like an hour break. But yeah, it's different strokes for different folks. So actually we may have been end up using that. Let's check this out. No. Fortunately not.
Return.
Yeah, everybody, we're doing Arc Ignite. We're having fun. We're blasting. Blasting through Act 2 currently. You currently have a one-handed build here. Because I am eating ramen while I murder. It's quite the task, let me tell you. So, coming up, we've got quite the undertaking. We've got to do the labyrinth, which means we have to do 6 of these little ascendancies to do the labyrinth. When we do, we're going to get a massive boost to our damage. So it's super important that we do that as soon as possible. Which means we might be cruising through a lot of Act 2 just to do the ascendancies and the lab. We're crushing some spicy ramen. Gotta get that gamer fuel. Alrighty. Alright, folks, one moment here. And we're back. So, let's see. We need to go. Oh yeah, we got a skill point here. Clarity, we're going to upgrade. Combustion, we're going to upgrade. Okay, so we found our waypoint for the map. That's always a priority. Now we've got to find the bandit, who is normally down here somewhere. Here we go. Bandit number 2.
Heard you pulled a win.
It's kind of disappointing, really. I usually like rats.
Alright. 2 bandits now. 1 to go. So we know that we have a few ascendancies to work on. When you go to the labyrinth, it requires 6 keys. There's 3 keys in Acts 1 and 2, and 3 keys in 3. So we've got to do 3 puzzles in order to get into that ascendancy. One of them is right up here. Through a couple maps. So we're just going to have to crush it. Oh, what the heck is this? Okay, very cool. So we gotta dig through the crypt. Could be an opportunity for us to make bank. Yep, next time we go to town, we're going to get some new single target. a lot of times, you know, it's hard to say what you're going to get with the new league mechanic. You get just totally one-shot by a boss, potentially, or you can find a bunch of yellow loot. Man.
Approach, traveler.
Whoa.
A good fire should be shared.
So we're gonna get all the little motes we can because that's a currency to buy with this person.
Keep your name your own, traveler. In this realm, we are many.
This is our first warden. That's exciting. Spoilers if you're not, you know, already playing Affliction. We got the warden
You
of
may address me
Ease.
by what I do, rather than my name.
So the way it works is we can purchase items, choose a specialization, and then learn a bunch of different stuff. So if we go to choose a specialization, I guess we have to choose it. So the one that we want is, for leveling, this one's really good. Either increasing your defenses, or your life, or your movement speed. I mean, that one's really good. I like the 30% movement speed for free, so that's where we're going to start.
Courage and righteousness shall be your guide.
So we're going to click to allocate there. Get more vivid. And then next up will be Oath of the Magi to give us 30% movement speed.
If you
So yeah,
truly
we've talked
wish
to them again, and we've got purchase items. So here we've got tinctures, okay? So you apply tincture to your weapon. You know, that's a weapon tincture. For example, here we have damaging hits always stun enemies that are on full life, 18% chance to gain phasing, damage penetrates. So, you know, clearly this would be like a duelist build, something to that effect. Here we've got Fulgurite Tincture of Slaughter. All damage can shock, overwhelm 10% physical damage reduction, 17% increased aura of effect if you've killed recently. Unmodifiable. All damage can poison, 16% chance to gain phasing for 4 seconds on kill. That's really spicy just for the movement speed and not getting body blocked. Another all damage can poison, recover 5% of life on killing a rare unique. Penetrates 5% fire resistance. That's spicy. I'm going to go with all damage can shock for sure. This one costs 600. All damage can poison. All damage can poison with phasing is spicy. All damage can poison, recover life. Damage penetrates. Because we know that we're going into Arc Ignite. We know we're going to be an Elementalist with everything doing fire. I'm going to guess that penetrate 5% fire resist is really good. I mean, ultimately we have enough to get them all, so why not?
secrets of the forest. If you truly wish to become,
Okay.
trust the whisper.
Alright, so that was a fantastic run. Okay, so we're going to run through Crypt. Oh, hey, who are you? Yeah, see the amount of green we have here is so insanely off proportional. And it's not just that one interaction. It is like totally crazy. Yeah, it is unreal. We cannot get a triple blue to save our life. Now, we are going to have to go back to town to sell. We're also going to get a single target ability because Arc is unbearably bad with single target. When we kill everything, it's fantastic for clear, but... Alright, we got more Einhar.
Too much clutter.
And again, just look at this. It's crazy. Although I am interested to see the staff. Fire, cold, stun, freeze. I don't know. Let's see what that does. If we take this off, and we take this off. Oh no, I'm a dummy. I forgot I need 35 strength. Just kidding. JK, everybody. We're not even going to do that. I never wanted it anyway. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, hey. That's rough because we're about to go Magi. And the whole point of that Magi is that we're not going to put anything in the sockets of our feet. And, yeah, it's just really awkward. Alright, hey, we just hit 4 hours and 20 minutes streaming. You know what that means. Dang. We are coming clear through for searing heat. Kind of jumping the shark here. But that's okay. Pickens with the waffle emoji. Alright, we've almost made it to the crypt. Leroy Jenkins. So, again, we need to do 6 puzzles in order to get our Ascendancy. Our Ascendancy is the first time we can actually play as Arc Ignite in, in practice. And so we're racing to that. That's our Arc Ignite. That's our build. That's the first time we actually get to do the Lord's work, so to speak. Gonna be a blast. Okay, so ta-da! Okay, so like I said, we're gonna have to go in here and get a single target damage gem. We're gonna go with we'll do Fireball. We're just gonna keep it simple. We're just gonna keep it simple here. So we've got a Summon Phantasm support. So I guess we're gonna go with Arcane Surge. Yeah, we're gonna Arcane Surge Fireball. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw Fireball onto my mouse 5, Flame Dash onto mouse 4. Yeah, we're good to go. Alright. So we are in the crypt. There's 2 levels to every crypt. The puzzle is always in the 2nd level, if I recall correctly. We just dumped our inventory, so let's see what we can find in this bad boy. Since we're now officially working for a Warden of the Magi or whatever. Hey. What? No way. Just found this guy again? That is insane.
Yes?
What? Okay, so let's take a look at our passives again. Oh, we actually have this unlocked right now? Is that real? Defenses from body armor, elemental if we have a helmet with none, maximum life for gloves, movement speed for boots. Okay, so we actually just need to unsock it from our boots right now. Let's see, Orb of Storms does not need a thingy. Double the... Wow, this thing is so crazy, guys. I can't even wrap my head around this. Alright. Defenses from body armor doubled. Right now it's just that crappy energy shield. Elemental resistances for helmet. So we gotta clear the helmet. That seems insane, right? We gotta clear the helmet. So let's take a look at what we are cooking with here. Oh my god, we're like resistance capped with no resistance gear. That's how insane this ability is. And then, do we get the 30% movement speed? Is that under defenses? Plus 27%. Oh yeah, look how fast we move now. Is this not insane? Look at this, guys. We're just following the yellow brick road. No! God! Oh well. It happens. Moving on. So this is how fast we scoot now. Now let's check out our, with our flask. Look at this. We are blazing. Alright, so we found the puzzle. Look at these arc prods. This is amazing. Okay, looks like we gotta go around. Not a big deal. Look at us zooming through this map. This is crazy, really. So now that we're resistance capped, we're probably a lot less likely to get slaughtered. Of course, I'm gonna jinx it. It's so crazy though. We cannot find a blue look. Okay, puzzle time. Yeah, I move like way too fast for this puzzle now. I'm not ready for this. Okay, prison and crypt complete. We've got one more before before Act 3, which is great. We know exactly where it's at. Easy peasy. Fireball level up, arcane surge support level up. Heck yeah. So, time to sell a bunch of stuff. Oh, we don't have anything. Summon phantasm support. You know, let's fool around. Gem, currency, yeah, it's not really worth it even messing around with all this stuff right now. We're so early in the game that it's just not even worth it. You know, we really should save combustion support for now and keep phantasm support. That probably makes the most sense. Okay, so we gotta go north up here at the crossroads, so let's do it! God, we run so fast. It's insane. Oh, I see a rare. Zooming through the Chamber of Sins. Every time you have to go through the Chamber of Sins, you want to zoom, trust me. The longer you're in there, the more sin you get on you, folks. That's just the sad reality of how the Chamber of Sins works. Whoa, rare spawn. Look at all these phantasms. Look at all that damage. So, like we talked about, the third puzzle's in here. So what we're going to do is run around until we find the puzzle or the exit. If we find the exit, we're going to double back and find the puzzle. Arc level up. That's good for us. Dang. Heyo. Okay, so this is the end of the map. Clearly we're gonna have to run back. Whoa. Train link. It's our first 3 link. We're probably going to lose all of our super cool bonuses. Because we really want that. Alright, talk to Helena. Can we fit any more stuff? Oh yeah, we got room.
Too much clutter.
Alright, chat. We are almost done with the Chamber of Sins. We need to go back through and find the puzzle. We also need to find out how good this is. Yeah, that's really good. All minion skill gems. That is like especially spicy here. So let's see, what do we get off of our ability? We need to find the stupid puzzle. They think they know how to lightning. How cute. Okay, puzzle number 3. Let's go. We're following the leader, the leader, the leader. Although we can kind of cheat because we can teleport around. We don't normally do that. Puzzle time. Puzzle time. I want to get me some puzzle time. These fireballs do work. Boom. So we got the first 3 done. The next 3 we have to do in Act 3. And then we'll be able to take our build to insane levels. So what we're going to do is run back here. We're going to hit the Wildwood, see what we get. We're about full on stuff and things. Gems just to be safe and never have too much experience. Okay, so we cleared the crypts. We're gonna go back in and see if we can talk to Old Man Jenkins again. I really wish we didn't die last time. So we could have had those sick, we could have bought some stuff from that guy, maybe gotten some uniques or something. That would have been insane. So I guess my question is, does he always sell tinctures? Yes. Oh my god. That's a good one.
With Marcus guidance.
Okay. Okie dokie. So we're gonna teleport back to town by logging out. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Let's see. Herald of Ash, Herald of Thunder, Ice, Desecrate, Galvanic Field, Cloak, Cold Snap, Arctic Armor. So let's see. Herald of Thunder, lightning damage. Cannot shock, base duration 6 seconds. Creates a storm when you kill an enemy, buffs. Okay. Herald of Ice. Desecrate. No. Cold Snap. That's spicy. Arcane Cloak. Added lightning damage to mana spent by this skill. 75% of damage from hits is taken from buff before your life or energy shield. Take damage equal to the mana spent. Buff adds lightning damage. Okay. And Galvanic Field. Applies a buff, chance to shock when you shock an enemy. While you have this buff, creates a spherical field of energy attached to the enemy, damaging it. Lightning, strike field depends on magnitude shock. Lightning damage, cannot shock. Base duration, target. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's try that. I actually never tried this before, so let's crack the code. Alrighty, chat, we're gonna do some math here. So now we have another link. Fantastic. Fireball and already had a fireball equipped. Lol. That's all good. Orb of Storms, Flame Dash, Clarity, Summon Phantasm on Arc. Just so damn good. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. Galvanic Field. Okay, we need to deal with the bandits. We gotta go up through the riverways, go to the left, kill Oak, or it could be in top right. The wetlands. Fucking bullseye. What?
This land has no time for avaricious little despots like you, Oak.
Chop, chop, quick escape. Where's the jump button when you need it? Well, that's the problem is when I equipped that buff, it unequipped my teleport. I was trying to teleport up there, and I was like, what is going on? All right, 2 skill points.
You say that I am sure.
Speak.
Oh, it feels so bad. Okay, so I can get rid of this fireball. Okay. Skill point time. Ooh-wee. 15% chance to ignite. Ignites are 5% faster. Ooh-wee. Okie dokie. Let's go talk to Helena.
I gave the piety led us into
Select a hideout. We're gonna go with the we're just gonna go with the Undercity hideout. Undercity hideout. We get a crafting bench. Yay, yay, yay. Stash. So this is your hideout. You get a hideout. You can find them all across the campaign. There's probably like 8 of them. They come with a crafting bench. You can craft enchantments on all your stuff and things. For example, I can come in here to defense. My fire resist is only at 60%. So I can go to the search bar and type in the word fire and find a fire resist. So now what I have to do is find any item that currently is missing not necessarily missing, but has an empty ability slot, either a prefix or a suffix, and then I craft it. And so now it has plus 16 fire resist. So when I slap this back in, my 60% fire resist is now 76% fire resist, which is the cap. So 75% is the cap, and now I don't have to worry about it. So now I can go to cold resist and do the exact same thing. Cold resist, boom. Find an item that is empty. It already has that mod. Whoopsie. This has a worse mod. Maybe we can upgrade it? Nope. Can't upgrade. Okay. Okay, so we may just be stuck for now. It's okay. Okay, we're just gonna swap the cold there. Boom. Okay. Out of the hideout. Back to the base. Okay, so our mission is we gotta kill the spider. Okay. So now that they've told us to go get it, we get to go to the Western Forest and get it. Before, it wouldn't let us in because we're not cool enough. Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's try the Wildwood again. See if we can get a. See if we can possibly get an exotic or something. So we got to follow the yellow path. Currently, we're trying to get Vivids. That guy was crazy. Let's follow the yellow here. No! So, strong box, good loot table. We're gonna get ambushed. We know what's up. Just gonna dash around on fire here. And so we murder everything, and we get to pick up a bunch of spicy loot. So normally the Weaver's Chambers is straight up. It's showing it as straight down on the map. I don't know what's up with that. So I guess we'll follow the map first. And that way if the map's wrong we can complain, right? It's a win-win. It's gonna be straight up. It's gonna be Straight up here. Got me good. Yeah, so we are currently running about the woods trying to kill a spider. We need yellow wisps. And boom, searing heats unlocked.
Too much clutter.
Alrighty, chat. We just killed Mara Malagaro, the giant spider. Let's see. Okay, so we are going to teleport back to base. Call. Alright. Talk to Silk. Bazinga. Cast speed. Control destruction. Pretty strong. Predator support. Trinity support. Hits with skills for which the highest damage is elemental cause you to gain 25 resonance of other elements per second. Support skills penetrate 7% elements resist while each resonance is at least 25. Huh. Cruelty support. Overcharge support. Overcharge support.
Piety would have... Keep your life to your own.
Speak.
Going.
0.75, 83 to 124. 0.2. This seems way more fun than Fireball. Okay, we'll see how that works out. Okay, so back to the wetlands we go. Time to poison a tree, everybody. What's up, chat? We are listening to Pickens. Oh, yeah. Check them out. Dominating the countryside. Dominating all the towns. Goodbye, tree roots. Alright. Some wildwood nonsense. Let's dig deep. We are hunting for yeller. We need yeller. GG. All right. Essence of Sorrow, cold resist. Nice. Could definitely use a Essence of Fire resist. Oh, wait. Whoa. Shoot, shoot, shoot. What's going on, chat? We are running through the new Affliction League. Yeah, we're just going in blind with some Arc Ignite shenanigans. Currently running Arc with some Summon Phantasms. We're Ghost Busted. Yeah. We are capping up Act 2 here. Having a blast. We got all our Ascendancies knocked out. Clearly, we're going to focus on Labyrinth because becoming an Elementalist is the only way to really become Arc Ignite. So we are focusing on getting our Lab, getting our Arc Ignite, doing the Lord's work. We are marathoning all day today. So I am already a zombie. Feel free to roast me. Yeah, ask questions. More than happy to help. Comments, whatever. Will we ever get a triple blue link? Short answer, no. Alright, so we just finished Searing Heat. We're going to do Fire Exposure minus resist, maybe? Oh, 100% damage to ignited foes, yeah. Double damage to ignited foes seems really good. Alright, bada bing, bada boom. Bada beep. So yeah, the arc igniting with the changes in 3.23, doing very well. We increased the ailments. It's the whole point of the thing, right? With the changes to arc, for those of you that don't know, starting with this league, it now has a higher chance to do ailments like shock. So when we get our Elementalist, it's going to have a higher chance to ignite. That doesn't really affect anything because every hit ignites with Elementalist, but it's great for the shock procs. It's great for all of the ailment matter stuff. It's also just great in general. I think it's a really good idea that we're moving away from I think it's a great idea that we're moving away from leveling up gems just deals more damage, and instead they have cool new things like increased projectiles from experience. You know, there's just all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I think that's cool. So we're basically doing right now we've got Arc with Summon Phantasms because we don't have a 3-link. We are also packing Incinerate. And it does melt bosses. Very fun. Definitely think about it. If you guys follow us on Facebook, we have BlackPoloSociety on Facebook. We've got an event for today for the marathon, and it's actually super exciting. We've got the link for the YouTube of the Path of Building and the YouTube video describing Vol Arc Ignite if you guys aren't familiar with it. So you can check out the full video. MB Extreme is who we are copycatting today. We haven't played in a couple months, so we're just blatantly stealing and then kind of mixing it up. Next time we level, I'll go ahead and show you guys our I'll show you guys our talent tree. It's actually super fun, really intuitive. I'm sure there's not much that you're kind of confused on there.
Too much clutter.
Yep, good stuff. So yeah, right now we're just trying to plow through the axe, trying our best to get to the old labyrinth. We need the labyrinth to get Elementalist. We need it really bad. Yeah, we're still super glassy, unfortunately, but that's okay. We pew pew from far away. Energy, shield, aura, minions explode on death. Well, we're gonna incinerate. No one dies. 11-hour marathon, not a full enough video. Well, yeah, I mean, this video will be great, but ultimately, a video from someone who knows what they're talking about on YouTube. Definitely check it out. So our build deals a ludicrous amount of damage over a ludicrous amount of range. It deals exponentially more damage because it's based on arc. So it's all based on number of mobs, the density of those mobs, and the ability of the chains to go back and forth. Each time they chain, we are looking at another instance of that proc. So every time they chain, we get another opportunity to ignite. The ignite is fire damage over time. We currently have some silver bullets. We've got ignite 15% faster. We've got ignite ignores 25% of fire resist. So yeah, it's just a fire penetrating build that's proliferated through arc. Pretty normal Vol Arc Ignite build in the fledgling stages. You know? Oh no! He's got obliterated. That's like the third strongbox we've died at in a row. I don't actually know where we're going to go next, so for now, screw it. We're just going to keep murdering. We'll stack up some skill points for now. We may just go all the way down bottom and just start going towards Elemental Equilibrium, which is a really fun little piece of the tree there. That whenever we deal shock damage, we greatly increase ignite penetration. And so the whole goal is to just do a bunch of shock, and it increases ailments from fire. A really cool part of the build. Unfortunately, that part of the build is on the entire other side of the tree, so it does take a while to get there. Okay, well somehow we just killed those guys super easy after they murdered us, so neat. Hey, I believe this is the Lush hideout. Yeah, Lush hideout. So in general, we drop the sphere to electrocute everything. We do a couple flame dashes to get our fire on. And yeah, then we either arc everything to death or potentially incinerate everything to death. So hideout is unlocked. We got the Lush hideout. Winning! For those of you not familiar, when you find these little hideouts, they have a blue little logo. When you find them on the map, you go in, you have to kill everything. When you've killed everything, you unlock a hideout. Stretching. Time for a monster. Oh, sweet, sweet monster energy. Okay, we gotta finish out this dead end. Actually, while we're here, let's go ahead and take a look at the path of building again. Figure out what we're doing. I think we're probably going for mind over matter. We do need to begin making our way to elemental equilibrium. So, in theory, what we want to do is start making our way down here to get mind over matter, and then we'll go all the way down to equilibrium. Okay, so okay, so we are going to check this out. Normally, if you're just speedrunning through the campaign, you won't really need to do a lot of vol stuff unless it's specific to your build. And so in this example, we're on solo self-found, so we're not trading with anybody. We are trying to get vol arc, so we presumably are going to run these vol things until we get vol arc. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change. So yeah, we're just going to light a bunch of stuff on fire and then arc it down. So pretty much what we do. If it's lightning resist, we murder it with incinerating charges. Yeah, we just keep getting straight caster stuff covered in green sockets. I literally can't count how many green sockets we've gotten that are triple green. We've even had a triple green link a couple times. And of course we need triple blue link because we're caster, right? That's what we do. So when we get a triple blue link, we might even go to a quad link in the next act if our luck remains as poor as it is here. So yeah, the boss is here. We're gonna light him on fire. Shut up, dog. Give him a couple dashes, and then arc him down. Lickety split. Big WXL, find and kill Bilbo. Whoa, we're one of the good guys. What are you talking about? Okay, so again, see, like all this green, and then one Templar piece. Yeah, it's crazy. So, Power Siphon, you're no, oh my, okay, that might actually be, hashtag value here. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that's a huge upgrade. So we are in a little bit of a pickle here. We cannot... We are currently using the new season mechanics. And so what that means for those of you who aren't familiar, there's 3 new ascendancies. Think of them like prestige classes. And so we are currently a Warden of the Magi, okay? So Warden of the Magi, not the strongest one late game necessarily, but kind of insane right now. So what does that mean, kind of insane? Oath of the Magi. If you don't have any gems in your helmet, you literally get 50% to all elemental resistances. That means every elemental damage deals half damage to you, okay? This is very common to have maxed resistances, but it requires a bunch of enchantments and work to do that. Not needed here. You just immediately get 50 off the rip. Defenses from your body armor are doubled if you don't have any gems in it. So right now, we currently are getting double evasion rating and energy shield and all that stuff. 25% more life if you have gloves with no sockets. We're using our gloves. We don't care about our life because we're a caster. 30% movement speed if you have no sockets in your boots. That's the best one here, and we definitely have that. So what we're angling for is coated blade here. We want to get tinctures on our weapons. We currently have a tincture that makes everything we do shock. We're going to have another one that makes everything we do ignite. Nature's Concoction is the end game goal here. It's going to be pretty far out. Flasks next to my tinctures gain charges. Flasks adjacent to the tincture has increased effect when you've hit an enemy with a weapon recently. Yeah, coated blade is what we need next. So we read the letter. Nice. We already got our gem, and we're outie. Okay, so whenever you log out, you teleport back to town. Mommy Palpatine is the name of our caster here.
Nothing like this. Return if you must.
Okay, so let's see here. We got amulets and whatnot. We got some flasks. Some big old flaskerns. Instant recovery flask, super important. Immunity to freeze, not important. Okay. Let's see. We got 2 hasty flasks. One makes us immune to frozen. Nice. Alright, we are going to attempt to overcharge our arc. So while we're here, we're going to buy some stuff. We're going to look for 3 links. Please, gods, give us 3 links. This is a triple link chest. I really don't want to do it. Really don't want to do it. I'm hoping for triple link gloves. That would be the most ideal thing we could get, is a 3-link glove. That would enable us to have our main spell Alright. That would allow us to have our main spell and 2 support gems supporting it.
There's one journey well.
Alright, so we're going to use a chromatic here to try and change the color of a socket. No! Come on, give me blue, blue, blue. Blue, blue, blue. Oh my god, we did it. Alright. Oh my god, it's a dagger. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I literally thought it was a wand. That is hilarious. Well, we just got wrecked. Unbelievably wrecked. I could have swore... Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. Alright. And there was already a 3-link here the whole time. That's why Joel's an idiot. Okay. Okay, so we've got our... We've got Arc. It's going to get overcharge support. And then in addition to the overcharge support... It's going to get... We're going to do summon phantasms because we kind of like the autopilot, you know? Whenever we're summoning these phantasms, they just auto attack and they do range damage. So they kind of seek and destroy. So we're a really big fan of that. So if we look at our character screen here and we take out our wand. Okay, that is a damage increase. Arc, overcharge, summon phantom. I honestly don't care about the energy shield in the middle. Okay, this wand is now trash.
Make it fast.
We're gonna talk to Aramir. Booyah. Find the pyramid. You got it, boss. So find the pyramid. It's right up here, so we're gonna spawn up here, and we're gonna go northwest, aka top left. Whoa. How dare you? Alright, chat, we are killing so much shit right now. That is insane. Again, we have the worst luck here. When it comes to these green sockets showing up on blue gear, we keep getting dexterity stuff. It's very interesting. What exactly is causing this? Hey-o. Oh, we got a ghost. Whoa! It's a triple link. Alright, chat, we are making our way down here to pick up Mind Over Matter. That's going to make us tankier. We're going to take a quick bathroom break. Let me type that into chat so everybody knows. Alright, boys and girls, we are back from a quick bathroom break. Welcome, welcome. We are crushing Act 2, about to hit Act 3. Checking chat. Okay, yeah, we're good to go. Alrighty, once more into the Wildwood. Oh yeah, we just hit yellow. That's exactly what we needed for our quest. Still trying to follow a yellow path. Oh, here we go. Yellow path. Unfortunate. This guy's unique. Isn't that cool? Whoa. We found it. So we're going to clear the surrounding area to make sure we don't get double ambushed. And we're going to light some fire. And booyah. Oh, this guy deals a lot of damage. Dang, those guys are really strong. All right. Just gotta whittle them down the old-fashioned way, folks.
Too much clutter.
Whoa, what do we get? Essence of Fear is minions deal damage, minions have movement speed. Oh, that sucks. 20 shield, worthless. 20 shield. Okay, yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that. Ooh, spell damage. What are we working with here? Fire damage. Energy, fire resist. Wow, this seems insane. So we have Arc Overcharge Phantoms. And we have Orb Flame Dash Clarity. So Orb Flame Dash Incinerate Arcane Surge Support. Clarity can go here. Check out these boots. Oh my goodness, they have movement speed. Rarity and movement speed. Winning. And our movement speed is now 39%. Oh my gosh. Okay. Gotta make more room. Okay. So we found the pyramid. We get the waypoint. We get the crafting recipe. Movement speed rank 1. Now we go back to town. We're doing it, chat. We're zooming.
Speak.
Sell items. So we've reached the max of the stack, which is 40. Okay. Flame Dash never gets leveled up. Incinerate does get leveled up. Okay. Got a bunch of cool tinctures. Okay, so this wand is what we would call basic AF. So first let's do an Orb of Chance for random rarity. Orb of Chance! Nice. So the overcharge is okay. I'm really not feeling it compared to combustion. And that is okay. Now we go to our hideout. Let's check out this enchantment
I could hardly hope. Farewell.
for our boots. Aw, shucks. Okay, we're good to go.
Greetings.
Back to the caverns. So, time for a big old boss fight.
matter.
Okay, so let's take a look. See anything usable here? Let's see. Not so hot. Alright. Goodbye.
Too much clutter.
Alright, folks, we just hit 6 hours in. We are halfway through our marathon.
Too much clutter.
Alrighty, here we are. We have made it to the Sard encampment, aka the Act 3 town. So, things in our agenda. First up, we have our Ascendancy plaque. In order to get in the Labyrinth, we have to complete all 6 trials. We have the first 3 trials. Now we have to do the 3 in Act 3. So you can see here, Prison Act 1, Crypt Act 2, Chamber of Sins Act 2. We knocked all those out in order when we were supposed to. Now we have 3 unknown areas, right? When we finish those 3, we can finally do our trials. Trials is the map where if you die, you have to totally restart. And there's just all kinds of stuff we get to do. Most importantly, though, we get our prestige class, if you will, our Ascendancy. So when we get our Ascendancy, yeah, it's just going to make us deal infinitely more damage. It's actually going to make us finally do the thing we're supposed to do. So that's exciting.
Bring me back something nicer.
Madam but be well.
Be careful.
Come no closer. Tread carefully.
What do you want?
You getting by?
Ain't do anything I
I am not Thorgan.
Sadism support, an interesting one here. Let's take a look at our path of building. So Vol Arc, we're going Cruelty. Ignite Proliferation. And Deadly Ailments. Okay, Ignite Proliferation and Deadly Ailments. Okay, that's worthless. So Deadly Ailments. Definitely doing that. I think now is the time for overcharge. I mean, that seems really good. Let's see how that works. Alright. I'm going to keep this in here just in case. We really miss those resistances, I'll tell you that. Now we have nothing for resistances.
You have made peace with our bravo farm. Humanity
What? I knew this.
Thank you for returning. Go with courage.
Okay. Going back to Act 3, going back to the encampment. Alrighty, we are on a mission from Gad.
build something like this, you might persecute me.
Oh, excuse me. All right. So we are taking a look at a couple of different builds here. Let's see, we are looking at agnostic. So if we were to go through agnostic, it cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we were to look here, it would be 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 to go that way would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it's only 5 to go that way. That seems kind of insane. 30 increased fire damage. Ooh, that's really, really, really good. We really, really, really want that. Okay. It's life and resistances. Checks out. Alright, let's fucking murder this thing. It's puzzle time.
By the flames of the past.
is my work in progress. Let's see if Rayclast has been good to you, witch. Enough of this!
All right, back to town. We are a third of the way through Act 3. Mana regen.
Bring me back something nicer.
I need to give you some.
Alright, give me them sewer keys, woman. Alright, 2 more plaques to go. Okay, so if you're not very experienced with the sewers, pretty easy. We need to get 3 busts. There is always 1 bust before the little intermission and 2 after. So we're guaranteed to find one under some stuff in here. Okay, so this is the blockage, which means we missed the one back here. There it is. Frostnooch says music's up a little bit too much. Frostnooch isn't back. Was making dinner, working out. How's it going? Fantastic. We are about a third of the way through Act 3 right now. Okay, yeah, we are slaughtering. We've got tons of electricity, tons of fire. We are discovering some stolen busts under the sewer. No question. No idea. So we could teleport back now. We're not going to do that because we want to go ahead and get our waypoint up top. We want to finish through, get the waypoint, and then we can teleport. This is where you get the Undercity hideout. You just jump in there, get your skills out, murder everything. When everything dies, you unlock the hideout. All right, we made it up top. Frost Noob says the electricity is cool. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yep, the chain lightning stuff is awesome. It's been doing some serious work. The catacombs. This will be 2/3 of the way through Act 3. We are just blasting through here. Lightning resistant. Ooh. Actually got stunned there. That was real life. That was tricky. Almost had us. Okay, where is this guy? Okay, time to zoom. There we go. Ding ding, level 31. Okay, so that door is locked. Whoops. Boom.
An emperor must bear 2 blades.
2 out of 3 done.
In the left hand, surety in the right.
Pretty sure that's the only reason we're here, but we're going to go ahead to the end just to check. Could never be too certain. Ooh, our main gem is leveled up.
There is nothing eternal in this empire of ours, but the names of our day that shall be revered or reviled in the centuries to come.
Okay, so we're currently trying to level up our Wildwood stuff, so we're going to try and do the Wildwood thing with this guy. So currently the way that we level up our Wildwood Magi is killing treants that are yellow. So every time we go in the woods, we're looking for yellow, and we're following the yellow path to try and free the treants. And yellow, heck yeah. Ooh, spider fight. Okay. Blue. Blue. When you get rid of all the blues, we're going to upgrade the yellow stuff in our spaces. Alright, back to camp. Noob says I just ordered a yellow seat cushion for my chair. Ooh, very nice. Very nice.
They're tired of the Beatles.
Yay, skill points.
Stay out of the shadows.
Alright, let's check out this ring. Okay, so Skull Turn Ring, mana, dex, cold, energy, life, mana, regenerate. Whoa. Okay. Skill point. Okay, we are in a dead heat right now, trying to get up to Heart of Flame. Pun intended. Okay, so moving on. The Flammability Curse. We're gonna go with Malevolence. It's a fun one.
General Gravicius demands absolute. There is nothing else.
So we're gonna go with Malevolence. Okay, so we're gonna do a little Googling real quick, try and crack the code on some stuff I can do. Okay, so we need to buy flammability.
Talamoana.
Checks out.
Talakota.
Hello.
So that's a 3-link. Hell yeah, we're doing it.
Good luck to you.
Need some help?
Flammability, we lack strength. That's unfortunate. We're gonna have to figure that one out. Because we need that shit. Hardcore. So, we're building Arc Ignite. We just got flammability, which is nice. We got malevolence, but I don't think we have enough mana to handle it. We currently need... currently need 5 strength. That's funny. Currently need 5 strength. I think we have an amulet or something that'll give us that. Okay. So, moving on. Okay, so this is the part where we've got to go... Whoops, nope, can't do that yet. We got to go to the market, and we got to help the general. We got to run through a bunch of maps where we're literally just going to plow through this stuff. We're not actually going to pay attention or anything. So we are currently hunting for vivid wisps, which are yellow. We need them to get levels with the magi because we're trying to get tinctures. We want to get the tinctures. So we are hunting for yellow.
Approach, traveler.
Whoa.
I don't care.
Alright, we're gonna get all the wisps we can before we do anything else. Okay.
You have a name.
Warlock of the Mists. There are some great stuff here. Penance is great. Affliction's great. Very interesting. Warlock of the Mists. Not really feeling the swap. Let's read up on the corpses, eh?
I do not resent her. She holds a grudge against me for my betrayal of the ways of the Magi. But I'm doing well. Ah, you wish to walk the path of a warlock of the mists. I'm not averse to filling the role of master, especially for an apprentice grace. Primal, vivid, wild, sacred. There are 4 humors that
Alright, let's
underlie
go.
the web
Breaker of
life.
Oaths, teaching us all kinds of cool stuff.
Inferior.
We're gonna grab some corpses. Alright. We got some corpses. Sweet. So we've done catacombs. The battlefront. Alright, we are plowing our way through this. We get ascendancies we need, all kinds of stuff. Come on, Vivid. We need Vivid. Oh, here we go. Whoa. Gotta rescue more Vivids to get this dang coated blade. Alright, what you got for sale, lady? Okay. All right.
Heed the Morgan.
So, for those of you curious, whenever you're in the Wildwood, you can just use these little teleporters to go back to the battlefield if you're done, or you can just sit in the black stuff until it teleports you back. The Arc Ignite is doing very well. I may say so myself. Hey, our first div card. Divination cards, lots of fun. All kinds of ways to get sweet, unique weapons and stuff. Whoa, there's a door up here. Oh, we went way too high. Whoops, we're supposed to kill the boss way back here. Here it is. Never seen it keep going. Oh, okay. Never mind. Alright, we're gonna check out this side. Ding 32.
Too much clutter.
Okay, so if this is the docks, we don't want to go there. I don't think. I thought there's supposed to be a huge tent. And kill some boss guy. Maybe I'm ahead of myself here. Hey, there's a witch.
Too much clutter.
Okay, so believe me when I say I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing or where I'm going. For fun. Let's see, we got a little bit more map down here. Oh, dead end. Okay, I guess we are going to the docks because I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. We're going to crack the code together, everybody. Alright, let's find us a Fairgraves. We're hunting for Davy Jones. After we killed the undead Davy Jones, we have to kill him again. Isn't that cool how that works? Oh wow, he resists fire, eh? Should've fooled me. Hey.
Now there's
Yellow. Alrighty, folks, we're running through the docks. We're just making an Arc Ignite character, running through the campaign, having some fun. Our Facebook page does have the event info. We link to MB Extreme's Ball Arc Ignite. We're about to do our first lab. Then we'll actually be officially playing the build, you know? So yeah, we arc a bunch of things. And that ignites them, and they take damage. And we keep stacking fire stuff forever. And yeah, that's about it. It's been super fun so far. We've been blasting stuff with Ignite. We've also been using Disintegrate. It's super fun. Arc does have crazy range, and the chains, of course. So it is very strong. We are also a bit over leveled here, so it's a lot easier than it looks. So we found our sulfite. We're gonna have to go get the plum. Ding 33. Alright, we are just padding our numbers here, leveling up, making sure that labs is going to be super easy. We don't want to have to die and restart. We know once we finish the first lab, our build is going to be ridiculous. So, we just want to make sure we have a good time with it. We're currently working for... not the Magi and not the Huntress in the League mechanic. And so, yeah, we're having a ton of fun. Blasting through the forest. We're trying to kill Treants with Vivid Wisps. So we're still looking for yellows. Does not come easy. Hey, there's some yellow. Let's see, a wand. Wow. That's pretty spicy. Alright, so don't need chance to ignite. We're going for Heart of Flame, yeah. Okie dokie. So, back to the docks. I believe now we are... we're going back to the temple up top. Now that we have the sulfite and the ribbon spool, we're going to this temple up here. And we gonna murder. Gonna murder some boys.
I'd love to see the insides of this spell. I can't even buy it elsewhere.
Okay, so again, we're still looking for Vol Arc. So we gotta keep running through these, myrtleating everything until we find it. Or at least that's the way I believe it works. If anyone knows a way to guarantee getting Vol gems, no, I guess. Vol lightning arrow. Hey. In case we ever have a LA build, right? That's cool. All right. So die. Okay, so we're currently running through a giant temple, and the goal is to get to the top. When you get to the top, you win. Alright. We goofed. So Solar's Temple, you get some new crafting materials. Kind of a midway point to some great things in the rest of Act 3. We get to talk to Piety. She calls us a cockroach, I believe, which is exciting, right? Who doesn't love being called a cockroach by God? Basically, we're just making our way down the temple, and we want to find her, get the crafting, give up the items, and keep going. Yeah, so what threw me off is that I was actually going the right way, but then I saw the League mechanic, and for some reason thought it only appeared on the first level of the temple. Very silly mistake. Yeah, I mean, to me, Arc Ignite is one of the most fun builds in the game. I love Arc. It's hilarious, the range, just about everything about it. This boss needs to cover up. Got a little golden nudity here. What is going on? If you're into naked gold chicks, this temple is for you. Can we make room for the scholar's room? All right.
You are not a cockroach.
You're not a cockroach. Always gold, because we greedy.
I like you. Not a dash of alchemy. Goodbye.
So we get to go to the Eternal Laboratory. We're going to get some recipes. Got the device here. Crafting recipe, fire damage. Very relevant since we are a fire arc build. So we teleport back to town. Well, I guess first we sell.
There you go. Stay out of the shadows.
All right, chat. Okie dokie.
Hey, you're right.
Don't do anything I
Alright, we've got Arcane Surge, Combustion, Arc, Controlled Destruction. Okay, we're going to figure out the strength at a later date. And hopefully we just don't go up against anybody who really, really needs to lose their fire resist.
The Gemmling Queen, you'll flee. Tread carefully, exile.
Okie dokie. So, let's check out the quests. I kind of forget where we're supposed to go from here. Yes. Back to the sewers. Back at it again. Okay. So we are not going to stop in the gardens yet. We are going to focus on the task at hand. Oh, we stood in the fire. Straight trash. Okay. Step 1, don't stand in the fire. Hey, another green triple link. What do we have to do to find a blurn? Oh, I always get caught in that tent. Too good. Okay, so let's see if we can find some yellow treants. Heck yeah.
Hello.
Trust the
Alright, chat, we are running about the Wildwood, collecting wisps for our quests, empowering our stuff.
Yes?
Now we're gonna buy from this guy.
The kappa never ends.
And then we're gonna go back into the temple. So this is very long and miserable. We are going to skip pretty much everything we don't have to murder directly in our way. Giant mana flask. Don't mind if I do. Winning. And we made it through level 1. Lickety split.
You need a master.
Wow, that was the saddest strongbox I've ever seen open. How exciting. Alright, let's go in. Here's up when we find a yellow trail. Nope. That ain't it.
Too much clutter.
Oh, no such thing. Ooh, very cool. That is definitely an upgrade here. Alright. Okay, so we're doing some seasonal activity here. We have met the Warden of the Eaves again. Been pretty lucky finding these guys.
Welcome.
Alright. Goodbye. Ta-da.
Too much clutter.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose mine. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination.
I loved your work, guys. It was you I wasn't very fond of.
Oh, right, chat. We just knocked out Piety in a matter of seconds there. Level 35. We're finishing up Act 3. We're doing our damnedest here to
Where are they?
get into labs because we are playing Arc Ignite. And in order to play Arc Ignite, we need to finish our first lab. Energy Shield, Maximum Life, Fire Cold Stun. Spell damage, cold. 4 energy shield and then resistances. Nice. Yep, we're in a cell menu.
Watch yourself.
Yep, don't be a dummy. Okay. Okay, so we can offload that. What's up, chat? How is it going? Camera doesn't seem to focus. What's up with that? Chat.
Whitey's off to meet them.
Kinetic Blast. Very interesting. 140% damage. Cremation definitely seems interesting. Making geysers out of corpses. Sounds like fun. Let's see what else we got. So honestly, I do not see any skill here in these rewards that we're interested in. I am going to double check the guide and see if any of these are mentioned. It doesn't look like it. So here we kind of get a freebie where we just pick something up that we're not going to use. Let me double check. Interesting. Looking at the build, looks like we have a couple different ways we can go. Okay, yeah, they don't use anything. So we don't need any of these. Since we're doing fire stuff, we'll get Flame Blast. And just put it away for now.
There is nothing else.
Throw that in the stash. Booyah. Okay. Let's see here. Our Ascendancy plaque. We need one more. So, in order to do the first Trial of Ascendancy, we need the Imperial Gardens. We happen to know exactly where they are. We also need to do that for the Fairgraves quest. So we have 2 reasons to go over here. And I had my hand on the wrong part of my keyboard and was just jamming random buttons. That's cool. Wall. Here we go. Last Ascendancy, then we get our lab, then we get to murder everything ever. Okay, let's try that again. Once more with feeling, eh? Here's some yellow. Super weak. Alrighty, chat. So we are in the Imperial Gardens. There should be an Ascendancy here with a bunch of sticks throwing us away. Shooty, shoot, shoot. Hey, our second divination card. Spicy. Okay, we found the library. Ooh, I think I see it. Yep, here we go. Alright. Yeah, try not to die.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
Alrighty, we did it. Okay, so now we are looking for the plum that Fairgraves asked us to go get, so that he can betray us again, so we can kill him again. Alright, come on, yellow tree boys. Nice. You can't get me. Alrighty.
Piety died. And goodbye.
Hello. Be careful.
Alrighty, we're gonna get into a boss fight for Act 3, the Scepter of God here. How about regenerate 1 life per second for each uncapped fire resist? Yep, that seems pretty good.
My dear
Goodbye, the master that called you here, witch.
Submit, heretic!
Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile?
The touch of God! Die! Die in awe! This world is an illusion, Linktr.
No one will cry for you, Dominus. Not a soul. You have mounted the summit of the Empire.
Alrighty, so that's all three phases of the boss. Super easy, barely an inconvenience.
That wasn't just weeks of corruption.
And we are on to Act 4. Alrighty, folks, we have now made it to Act 4.
We opens the gate. I have.
Strength, intelligence, cold, energy. Okay, so we got some cool gear. We killed some bosses. We're currently looking at a wand that increases spell damage, increases cold, lightning resist, and stun. Not gonna do. Okay. So we have just finished a. We have just finished another capstone, if you will, of our tree here. Let's take another look. So let's see, there's some people messing with Eldritch Battery. Let's see if we could do something like that. Eldritch Battery is right here. We're not too far away. So let's see. We've got Crit, which does nothing. Mines, nothing. Chilled. Freeze. Spell damage leases energy shield. Maximum total energy shield recovery per leech. Damage while on full energy shield. Spend energy shield before mana for skill cost. Energy shield protects mana instead of life. Energy shield recharge rate. Let's see if there's anything about Eldritch Battery. Battery and agnostic PoE. Let's see. Interesting. Okay, so
method is helping people lose.
So, we are deciding whether to go towards agnostic or Eldritch Battery. It's a good question. It's a good question. Let's see. So he is actually going for something else altogether. Where is he going? So sometimes you can really go into the weeds here on builds, and yeah, it can be kind of crazy when you're looking at your build and you're not sure where to go, what to do. So let's see. Aha, okay, so he gets this one here. Damage over time multiplier. Okay. Well, we know exactly where to go. Alright, so moving on.
You are most welcome. Bye.
Seems like stay in the light, exile.
I am Tasumi. Iced? Of course.
Tata.
You come to us. Sakep. Act with care.
Okay, so our very first quest when we get to Act 4 is to go into the desert and murder a bunch of people. And good news, everybody, this is actually super easy. So we are going to do just that.
What do you want?
So if we do that, that means we can finally use flammability. Now that we have the strength, we can finally use flammability, which is going to be super exciting. Let's see. We don't need another overcharge support. We don't need any of these. Okay, so we are going to get all this nonsense out of here. Okay, well, we're going to try to at least. Okay. There's random odds and ends we come across throughout the game. We just throw in our inventory here on the left. Let's see. For the league stuff, we're going to dump it on page 3. For uniques, we're going to dump them here. For div cards, we'll dump them on the front page. Okay, let's go murder. Super easy.
How do
see yellow.
Greetings. You may approach. So we are scraping every wisp we can off of the map so that we'll have more money when we circle back around to our primal huntress here to buy some stuff and things. Share my fire, if you wish.
So she gives us 20 inventory slots, which is pretty cool. And then she actually gives us some very interesting stuff in terms of the charm sockets. So primal wisps, quantity of primal, quantity of primal, quantity of primal, quantity of primal. So yeah, she's got the charm sockets. We don't have any charms at all. We don't have any of that nonsense yet.
Welcome.
But we are more than happy to look at what she has for sale. Okay, so it's a bunch of melee stuff that we're not going to mess with, so we are buying these charms and we are leaving. If we could get to 550, we could buy the last one, but unfortunately we can't. In addition, it is not a big deal because it's a melee charm. We're not playing a melee character. It's not going to matter at all. So basically, we just run out through the desert. We got to find this boss. Somewhere down her. Ouchie. Okay, so we're going to take just a second, let everybody know where we are at. Okay, so we are going to make another post. Let everybody know we hit 8 hours. Alright, so, we are currently knocking out Act 4. We got upgraded flammability. So, we have a really good setup in terms of our damage. The problem that we've got right now is our survivability. So, we definitely need to work on some more stuff to live longer. So we are currently kiting this guy around while we melt his face off. Alright, we got his banner. And we literally can't use any of this crap. I guess we'll grab yellows to sell. That'll work. Can't forget the crafting recipe back here. Vol's Confession. Ho, ho, ho. Let's see. So we just murdered that boss. We are going to go back to the town. So we're just going to fast travel via logging out. Log back in and we'll teleport to Highgate. Let's see. We gotta turn in the stupid quest. We've got to sell a bunch of crap. Yeah, that's about it. So we offload that. We go to the stash. Okay, so we need to go to somebody here. Let's take a look at the old quest. Okay, boom. Break the seal. So, yeah. So, for those of you who haven't played Path of Exile before, we're about to do something called delving. Nico basically digs in this endless labyrinth. You can keep digging deeper and deeper. It's an endurance test, basically. You're doing escort missions where you escort these mine carts, and you just keep digging deeper and deeper in the mines. You can go down to delve level 100, 200, 300. Every delve level you do, you get bigger and better rewards, but it's a double-edged sword. The enemies also get harder. So, unfortunately, you can't just go as deep as you want. Obviously, the enemies will one-shot you at one point. So, instead, what you have to do is kind of moderate it as you go through the game, or wait until the very end of the game. And then when you hit the very end, you simply start grinding it out. Normally the best kind of delvers, you know, in general, there's always exceptions, are melee-based builds. They're super, super tanky, and the way that delve scales off of your HP really helps melee-based characters. Feel free to type any questions in the chat, or if you want to just say hi, see what's up. We are currently about halfway through the story. We're making our way through Act 4. We're playing an Arc Ignite build. Right now we're focusing on the Ignite half, since we don't have our lab done. Once we finish the Labyrinth, we'll actually be able to use Arc Ignite. So, Nico is this miner guy, and he mines his gold stuff. This gold stuff is the resource that we use in order to dig deeper in the mine. So, we're about to get murdered. That's totally fair. We are super, super glassy right now. Kind of squishy. We're just a little caster. And we cannot find a solid blue caster item to save our life. Where they at? Where are them caster items at? Okay, so. Let's see. Nico's digging. We're going to keep delving here. So right now we're just going through the campaign. We're trying to get to the end of this cave where we can start killing some cool bosses. That's also going to be our stopping point to go back and get what's kind of like our prestige class. It's called an Ascendance. So this guy is really scary. I'm not liking this at all. Yeah, this whole mana thing is rough. Okay, so we need to brand this guy for sure. I guess we need to lightning him from a distance. Maybe if we get him into this pack, we can chain lightning light. Hey, we leveled up. Wow. That guy was trouble. Leeching mana. Who would have thought our caster needs mana? Okay, so we leveled up. We are currently going for Acrimony, increased damage over time multiplier. So what that does is it just makes our damage over time stuff more effective. We're playing Arc and Ignite, and so Ignite is damage over time, Shock is damage over time. Those are two of our main things. So yeah, it checks out. So yeah, Armor Strongbox. If you've never played PoE, this is an ambush. You get some sick items in here. The way it works is we're super squishy, so we're going to get one shot. So we're going to drop our AoE. We're going to do our little fire walk to try and coat everything in fire. And then we're going to try and get the hell out of dodge and attack it from one side. And just try and miss these skill shots from this guy. Since he could probably two-shot us. And let's see. Wow, it is unreal how we do not get caster items. We were just talking about this. So we're going to take the yellows, which are rarity, higher rarity. And we're going to sell the rares. Yeah, that's about it. Since we can't actually wear any of this stuff. Alright, let's see.
Too much clutter.
Okay, boom. Yellow, blue, yellow. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, so mine's level 2. We get to the end of this. We get to dig a big old hole. We get to split up and kill 2 bosses. So this is the new league mechanic. We're focusing on yellow right now. We're doing a quest where we have to kill yellow tree people. So we're just going to follow the yellow path. There's no map. Super fun, right? Who doesn't love a no map experience? So yeah, these stupid casters deal an insane amount of damage, as you can see. So every time you die within there, you just get kicked back out. Fun times, right? So, league mechanic's really fun. We actually have a couple of really cool buffs I'll show you guys real quick from the old league mechanic. So, if we take a look at the league mechanic in our tree, it's actually right here. So, we are a Warden of the Magi. You get 3 extra, kind of like prestige classes. 3 extra ascendancies. So, what we've done is this one just gives us more of the currency for them. So, basically, you just grind stuff out when you kill stuff in the Wildwood. You get wisps. Not a big deal. Oath of the Magi is bonkers because when you first start playing the game, you don't have a lot of gems and you don't have a lot of skills. You don't really need them. This ability rewards you for not using gems. So if my body armor doesn't have gems on it, I double the defense stat. If I don't have gems in my helmet, I get plus 50% elemental resistance. Effectively, elements deal half damage to me, which I am currently abusing. If I don't have any gems in my gloves, I get more health. Warcaster, we don't have any health. 30% movement speed if you have no gems in your boots. Well, guess what? We don't have any gems in our boots here. We don't have any gems in our helmet either. So we're actually getting the 30% movement speed on top of the existing 15% movement speed. And we're getting the bonus of the resistances from the helmet. So it actually makes us pretty quick. You can see here if I pop a flask, for a character who is no movement speed in my tree, we're zooming. We're zooming around. So yeah, right now we're using Arc, which is just this little chain lightning thing. And the way it works is it chains around a bunch of dudes. And yeah, the way it works is it deals more damage the more chains it can make. So if there's only one enemy, it does like no damage. If there's 2 enemies, it still does no damage. Once you hit 3 enemies, it can chain between the 3 of them, and it begins to deal a lot of damage. So the only problem we have is when you go up against these really difficult bosses, for example, you see how long it takes me to kill this one little bat? Because I don't get to chain my damage. So what we do in those cases is we nuke the crap out of them with with Disintegrate. Disintegrate is this fire spell. And basically the way it works is it does 3 stages of fire damage. Every couple seconds it goes from stage 1, 2 to 3, and then if we move it does a giant fire explosion. And that's how we take care of stuff when there's not a convenient group of enemies. Salem Soft says, how goes the stream? Very well, thanks for asking. We are about 8 hours and change in right now. We did take like an hour explaining everything and just a lot of time explaining stuff for newbies. So we're definitely not getting things done at the same speed I thought we would, but that's okay. Not a big deal. Yeah, so all in all though, going great. We're in Act 4, we're knocking out the mines, then we can go battle. We still have to do our lab, which we're going to do right the second we hit another waypoint, since I have forgotten about that, and since that's going to be a huge buff for us. Let's see.
I need more mana.
Okay. Still not seeing a lot of caster stuff here with links. We have seen a red 4-link. We have seen a green 4-link. We have not seen any blue 4-links, unfortunately. Luck has not been with us so far. So we are just zooming through here. Honestly, we don't really need to do any of this crap. I mean, it's experience, but yeah, ultimately, not really interested. Zoom, zoom, zoom. So, how are things going for you guys in chat? How goes it? Another wildwood here. We're going to try and find yellow treants. That is the quest we are on. Yellow treants. Wherever they may roam.
Too much clutter.
Oh, that was a close one. So what we try to do here is just explore as much as possible because it's going to pop and try and kick us back out. And so we're just going to try and get up as many of these wisps as we can. And then we've got a strongbox here. We're going to prep by lighting the whole thing on fire and running away. That was very uneventful. Kind of happy for that. So then we're going to retrace our steps, see if there's any more wisps we can grab. When we go to the Primal Huntress, she's going to have a purchase screen where we can buy charms. Charms is basically the end game ascendancies and super cool abilities. She lets you steal them even if you're not in that ascendancy. So see how we just go around the edge and we pick up these wisps? That's the money we have in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. 46 yellow, 1200 blue. And then we're going to go talk to her and spend that buying these charms. So the way it works is there's 7 classes and there's 6 classes of ascendancies. So of all those ascendancies, you pick one and you're normally locked into all the different stuff that one does. With her, she's this new league mechanic that kind of breaks the game. You get to buy charms that mimic other classes' ascendancies. And so if we look at her specialization, the way that it works is after you put in the first 4 points here, she has these charm sockets. And you basically get to steal 3 abilities from any ascendancy. The only thing that stops you from getting these is you have to be able to buy them from her. And so the only thing limiting you in getting these different charm sockets is what she has for sale. So when I talk to her, she's going to have, a random assortment of charms. So for example, here we have a Raider charm, suppress spell damage, gain a power charge on crit. Well, we're playing a build where we don't get any crits because we're dealing damage over time. And so we're focusing on that over crits. So that's not going to do anything for us. The next one here is another Raider, suppress spell damage, increase marks. Probably not ideal for our Regenerate energy shield per second, crit strike chance. Well, again, we're not going to crit. Evasion rating per energy shield on equipped helmet. And then 2% increased area of effect per power charge. I don't see us using these, but we'll go ahead and buy that one because at least it's for a caster in theory. And we'll go ahead and buy this one because it's in theory for a caster as well.
Keep what you can.
So we can't afford either of these because we don't have any more wisps. So we got to say goodbye to those. And you either go through the portal up here or you can actually just run into the black and it'll just teleport you. So yeah, we're going to wait till we hit our next waypoint and then we're going to GTFO and we're going to go do the labyrinth. Should be super easy. We're hella over leveled. No problem there.
Oops, clumsy me.
Feel free to ask any questions in chat or maybe talk about any of your experience with Path of Exile. Yeah, I've played like 500 hours, but there's still so much that I have no idea how it works. Especially endgame. My mapping is total garbage. When it comes to endgame maps, I'm pretty clueless. Good sign, we got lift here. Oh, never mind, not a good sign. We got murdered. Huh, okay, well, back at it again. Let's see, does this actually go through? A little shortcut? Hell yeah. So, we're just gonna zoom through here. Pickens says, "Youch, you got that right, brother." I got moitilated. Oh my god, he's consecrated. Nothing for us. Unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, you know, just like even a second in that thing is going to kill us. We may just have to skip over that whole encounter, even though it's full of juicy experience. We can bait them out of the shrine, then I can take the shrine without them. Look at that. Genius. A very stable genius, I might add. So we are basically super squishy, but like death incarnate here. We already have the excavated hideout, but if you wanted it, you can go right there, grab it, murder everything inside. Super easy. Hey, this is actually an item for us. Whoa, a 4-link. What? Alright, get out of here, sword. And scepter. Give me my slippers. And then a 4-link. Oh my gosh, so we're going to roll on that, try and get that to turn blue, 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 blue. That's very important because a 4-link means we could have our ability and 3 support gems. It's super important.
I need more mana.
Okay, so we made it to the next, waypoint. Yay! Okay. So a couple things. First, we gotta talk to Tasuni here.
The gate, the corruption.
And we're gonna go over here and sell some stuff and things. Ooh. Okay, let's make some room. We're gonna level up here. Boom! 15% damage over time multiplier is gonna be amazing. This is gonna make all of our ignites and shocks deal more damage. Alright, time for some more protein shake. BlackPoloSociety, one day will be sponsored by Creamy Cinnamon Swirl Atkins. When you need a protein shake, but you want it to taste like cinnamon buns. The Dinner of Champions. Okay, so we got Acrimony. Next up, we're going to get Dot Mastery. We got a couple options. Cruelty, Dot Multiplier if you've killed recently, Skill Effect Duration, Duration of ailments on enemies, and less damage taken from damage over time. Since we might die from dots, that's actually kind of fun.
What do you need now?
Okay, so that's good to go. Malevolence, Clarity, Flammability, very nice. Let's see. We are going to go to the Labyrinth, and we are going to do the damn thing. So, for those of you not familiar with Path of Exile, it revolves around your class. When you choose your class, there's 3 options called Ascendancies. When you ascend, think of it like a prestige class.
What's going on?
You choose your base class. In this example, I'm a witch. And then later, I choose to upgrade from a witch into several different things. Okay, so I need that flammability. Oh, I already equipped it. Okay, so we've already got the thing that we need equipped. Let's identify these and see if they're any good. So we got new boots, intelligence, energy shield, mana, block. Let's see. Yeah, these are actually horrible compared to this. Yeah, that's not surprising. Okay, let's try the chest. Maybe it's going to be amazing. Nope, it's doo-doo. Okay. So, we're going to sell this stuff. Boom. Boom. We get our scraps. We throw our scraps back in the bin. So let's see here. We are going to do the Ascendancy. So the way it works is you go back to Act 3, and you have your Ascendancy plaque, okay? If you've completed all 6 trials, it'll just automatically open. If you have not completed all 6 trials, it'll tell you the zones you have to go back to. First you get a waypoint here, so you can always fast travel back. And then you come on up to this plaque. And beyond it is this device. So it explains the recommended level for each of these, okay? Level 33 is recommended, 55, 68, and 75. If we press C, we can see we're level 39. So we're slightly over leveled, so we shouldn't have that much of a difficulty here. But there's a huge caveat. If you die in the labyrinth, which is a series of levels, if you die in any of them, including the 3 boss fights, you have to start it all over again. So there's a lot of times you're gonna want to be over leveled to save yourself the headache of dying and restarting it. Because remember, I know my build. I know which prestige class I want to be, which ascendancy. If I die, I still have to go through the whole thing again and try to get that ascendancy. And so it can be very frustrating. So I'm going to activate it for level 33. We are currently level 39, so we got it a little bit easier. So it's not terribly difficult, but there are a lot of little opportunities for it to catch you off guard. And if it does, it's going to blow you out. So there's some really good loot in here. There's some great, just different things that can drop. Some of the puzzles have huge rewards. We are going to do the bare minimum. We're just trying to get in, get out, and we don't want all these extra rewards, all these extra puzzles and stuff. We just want to get our ascendancy. That's it. So we're just going to be zooming around in here. See, there's all these spikes and stakes, and there's fake walls and stuff that you can break through and nonsense. It's very frustrating. And our game disconnected. No. Oh. Thankfully, it was just lag. Woo, that would have been bad. If you disconnect while you're in it, you still have to restart the whole thing. So that would have been unfortunate. It is the first week of the new expansion, so there's a lot of lag and stuff. Totally understandable. So we have made it through the very first location. We are now moving on to the second location. So the second location and the first one is always a boss fight. You kind of do every other. So you have a stash here where you get to stash stuff if you're afraid you're going to die. So let's say I was afraid I was going to die and I had some fat loot that I didn't want to lose. Then I would stash it all, and then I go into this boss fight. And if I die, at least I put all the cool stuff I got into my stash. But really, all we have to do is just avoid standing and stuff. That's really the biggest problem here.
rise to the occasion.
Hello, baby.
Only one of your lessons was complete.
You get a haircut? What? So we just killed the Inaro guy, one of 3 fights. Remember, random map, boss, series of maps, boss, series of maps, boss, we get our ascendancy. So now we look at the map and we are here. So,
hi nerds.
Hey, a wild Ellie has appeared. Let's see if we... This thing is really small. Doesn't it seem like crazy small to you?
And it's not moving either.
Normally it like spreads out. Hold on, I got little dudes trying to kill me. Die. Okay, so there's no way to stop them from coming. So let me kill these guys first. Love you.
Love you too.
Would you like some Lanster?
Of course I would.
Alright, since we're here, let's give this phone a little charge. Try and go behind me, not next to me.
There is no room.
Okay. Alrighty, so we have a pile of dudes to murder. So here, a lot of times people are gonna, there's enemies that get abilities that sap your mana. And so when they sap your mana, you can't use your dash ability. And if you can't dash, then you can't run away. It is a really vicious cycle. You can move that pretty bad. Alright, lots of loot here. And by lots of loot, I mean lots of garbage. Hey, look, an Ellie. So, we're hunting for fat loot, and there's none to be had. That's okay. We're really just here to get our ascendancy. Hey, we found a PoE. There once was a man from Nantucket. So that is a random puzzle thing we're going to try to avoid. We're going to see if it forces us to do it. Here's another random puzzle thing it's going to try and force us into. Hello, Necromancer. Hopefully this one is bearable, I guess. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you know what I'm doing?
What's that, baby? What's that? Belly belly?
Oh, that's even worse. Do whatever you want.
Ellie Jelly? Ellie Yelly?
That's just insulting.
That's... Okay, so if we look at the location, it actually tells us where we're going. So if I go through the estate path, I skip some random stuff and things, potentially, and I get a bonus loot area. I don't want that. The reality is, I would much rather go through the door that's going to be up here. So I can go straight through instead of having to do more nonsense. So we look at this plaque. This plaque goes straight on through to the next boss. Boss time, baby.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without
So,
hesitation.
last time we fought the boss, we didn't kill his minions. And so these minions are going to show up, and they keep accumulating because we're not killing them, making the next fight harder and harder. So yeah, presumably we want to not have that happen by killing the ads.
Slowness lends strength to things. Nobility is a lie. Born for this. Time is the champion of second chances.
Whoa, hey y'all, it's Ellie. So we are currently going through our very first lab on 3.23. Smooth sailing so far, no close calls. Jinx, knock on wood, whatever. We don't really care about any of this stuff. We just want to get our ascendancy and get out. Lots of murder here. We're going to dodge the murder. It's always a good bet. Giant choppy blades are bad. I have ended up in a puzzle and I am too stupid to figure it out. So, we'll murder everything. How's that?
Okay, when the floor cools off, we're gonna run for our life here. Okay, so we're gonna have to go up. Okay, that's a bonus loot room. We don't want a bonus loot room. We just want to kill the boss. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Double check and see if we have to go over these stupid fire trap things, or if we could find a shortcut elsewhere. Nope. Oh, we have a unique drop here. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna try the other door down here. We're gonna see if there's one here before we go through the fire and everything. Oh, look at that. Good call. Boss fight.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so once again we look. We can see the guys because we killed the guys. We know who we're fighting. We can discover this thing real quick and see what it is. The Chalice of Horrors. Increased movement speed. Curses. Evasion rating. Energy shield. Monsters flee unblock.
Wow, inflict decay. 700 chaos damage. So yeah, Chalice of Horror is a very cool item. Not for our build whatsoever. Let's see, the Golden Mask. Intelligence, evasion, energy, mana, fire resist. Nope. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and put all this stuff
Get
up.
those things and sell them all.
We are gonna sell them all. Alright, last fight. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws. Withstand the siege.
Ooh-wee. There you go, Lieutenant LeBeau. Okay, so let's check out the periphery before we get down to business. Okay, first thing we notice, orange means unique. That's really good. So we're going to take the unique. The wand. The ring. The treasure key. Yep. So we won. We get we get a couple things.
Before the goddess of justice, you are.
We get this divine font to transform a skill gem into a random transfigured gem of the same color.
For this
Super
is
exciting.
the ending that we all deserve.
Clearly we're going to do blue because we are a caster and we want to get some sick transfigured gems. So we are not going to be Tempest shielding. Oop. Okay, so here are our options. Void Sphere of Rending. Void Sphere which hinders enemies in an area around it with debuff being stronger on enemies closer to the sphere. Releases pulses of area damage. Void Sphere will consume the corpses of enemies which die in its area. Can only have one Void Sphere at a time. Okay, cool. Pickens says, straight murder. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Next up, we have Armageddon Brand of Recall. Armageddon Brand is a very popular build, so I'm assuming this is what we're going to take. Deals a bunch of fire damage, can be attached. Yeah. Glacial Cascade of the Fissure. Deals damage, physical damage converted to cold, causes 6 bursts. We're gonna Google it.
Let's see. Glacial Cascade of the Fissure.
I don't know what any of this is.
So what's happening is we get a super rare gem, and some of them are very obscure. And so we've got to Google them to figure out if they're even worth taking. Then we get to open treasure chests.
Oh.
Okay, we're going to use Armageddon brand because that's good. Okay, so we have a treasure key. Ellie! Guess what? We have 10 treasure chests. Do you see them?
I see them.
All 10 treasure chests. You are going to pick the lucky treasure chest that we open. We've got these two up here and these two over here. 2 and 2 and then 2 at the bottom. Which treasure chest should we open?
That.
Where are you pointing? Up?
No.
Left?
That.
This?
Yep.
Alright, so Ellie is pointing at this one here. Izaro's treasure. Booyah!
Holy crap.
Whoa, that was a big one. That's what she said. Okay, so let's take a look at our inventory. Oh, we have tons of room. So we're going to grab all the yellow and the caster stuff.
Oh, did I actually pick right for once?
Well, it is random, but yes, you totally picked a good one.
I would take it all. It's all purple.
It's blue, but no, it doesn't fit. Okay, so first we have to look at the unique that dropped. So we have an orange unique iron mask. Half evasion, half energy. So that means it could be very good for our build. Malachi's Simula. Iron mask. Strength, lightning, spells can deal double damage, blood magic. What the hell does this even mean? Whoa. Malachi's Simula. Removes all mana, 10% more maximum life. Skills cost life instead of mana. Skills reserve life instead of mana. Whoa! It was a sliver of Malachi's soul that animated the first Eternal Guardian. Okay, so that is super cool.
We didn't get another thing, did we?
Huh?
We only had the one key.
Yep. So, now we have our Ascendancy class.
So we pick one of the three. So we get Necromancer, embrace the serene power that is undeath. Occultist, throw the chains of fear and embrace that which was forbidden. Or Elementalist, feed a storm with savage intent, and not even the strongest spells will hold it back. Well, we're playing Mommy Palpatine. We're a lightning caster. We're an Elementalist. So, we choose our class, our Ascendancy class, and then we get 2 points. Each time you do the lab, you get 2 more points. So here we go. Look at that. Taste my lightning. Look at that.
Taste my lightning, frickers.
Okay, so we have hits always shock, hits always chill, hits always ignite. Well, we are literally playing Arc Ignite. So, we're going to choose Elemental Damage Fire. +4 fire damage over time and increased damage. And hits always ignite. We are going to lock it in. Alright. Now for the fun part. This should be ridiculous. So, first things first, we're going to sell all our crap.
Right.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Oh, we got a ring. What's in the ring? Okay. Throw the unique in there. Armageddon brand. It's a magical brand attaches to an enemy. When activated, causes a meteor. Activates every 1.5 seconds. Deal 100 fire damage, 2 meters, attached for a total of 5 seconds. Detached for a total of 6 seconds. 12% more damage or hits against. Okay. Okay, we're gonna put all this stuff back. Back at it again. To the crystal veins. Alright, Pickens with the frog flaming stuff emojis. Alright, let's try out our new build and the Viridian Wildwood. Well, everything's dying pretty fast. Oh god, and we got stun locked. Okay.
Jules, do you happen to have a board that goes to the
battery
controller?
Yes, I do. But there is a charger right there. That black cord right there on the other side of that cardboard box will fit the battery.
Not a cockcrow.
Because I know that the battery is perishing.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we're going to go through a bunch of arenas and we're going to kill a bunch of stuff. But first, kill the trees.
Yes? Yes?
All right. Let's see. Do we go with a mastery here? I think it says lol abort abort. Yep. Let's see. Wow, weird. I went with defense. What? What? 12% damage, fire damage over time, 24% fire resist. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100! Alright, I know where we're going. We're going up Yander.
Yander.
Yep. Or Yandere, if you prefer.
Whoa.
What's up?
Is that what I think it is?
Food?
It is. It's a giant deku pop. I was thinking that.
Oh, I said food. Okay. Okay, we've gotten everything we can out of the wisps. Alright. Destructive Link. Ooh, that's cool. That's doo-doo. Hey, a 3-link. Well, they tried. They couldn't get Mommy Palpatine. Hell yeah. Alright. Got him. Well, you see, everything that moves, we kill it. That's how the game works. We move and find more things to do. A diamond ring.
A diamond ring.
Whoa. Oh no. Oh my god. Everyone. We missed it. All the cool kids. And some of the not so cool kids.
Oh, come on.
I don't know their names. I only know the name they make when they kill a man. Whoa. Siphon mana. That means I'm gonna die.
That would suck.
Oh, it would. Would it not? Okay. Oh, yeah, what'd you eat today? Anything up there?
The gutters, steal your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
Look at them all burning. Burning making all the poisons.
I got it right.
Okay, so we leveled up. Kill Satan. Okay, now we gotta make room. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hello.
Get the bluey purpley thingies.
That's too many.
It's not too many.
19% mana regen. Energy shield and resistance. It's not very good, is it? Energy shield, regen, avoid, stun, suppress. JK. What do these boots do?
What does this button do?
We currently have intelligence, energy shield, 26 mana. 27 mana, life, energy, intelligence. Cold resist, lightning resist. Yellow, yellow, yellow. New gloves. Mana flask.
Mana flask? What's that?
Let's check out this ring.
So what you're looking for?
Trying to make a little room here. I can fit more junk in my trunk. Alright. Zoom!
There is neutral only zoom.
Time for a boss fight.
Oh crap.
Boss fight. You gotta fight for your life. Boss fight. Heck yeah, give me that waypoint. Oh yeah. Alright, step one. Portal out. Because we a greedy boy.
What can
You
we
know
do?
what time it is? Sell shit time.
Hey, I have a very bad idea. Are we gonna stream that game that Aslan is playing?
No. 23% energy shield, 26 mana. 44% energy shield. Movement speed. Oh yeah, that's really good. Ooh, look at this. A raven mask. Evasion, cold resist, stun, reflect damage. Dex, evasion. Yeah, that's garbage. Okay. Oh no!
Dex, no. No.
Optimus.
Yep. Dang it. God hates me. I need dexterity. Because of the stupid requirements. Alright. Diamond ring failed.
Fine.
Diamond ring failed.
Take care.
So what am I at right now? I am at 36. And all my crap needs 37, 39. So literally 2 would do it, huh?
What's going on, Simon?
God hates me. That's what's going on right now. Okay. Get that.
Yes.
See.
Okay, so let's look at this real quick. Equal. Mm-hmm. Mystic Board. It's a German for sheep or something. All right. Okay. Okay, time for a boss fight. Mm-hmm. Oh, ah! Leave Brittany alone. Oh, that guy really died ago?
I think so.
Oh my gosh, I hit him like one time. That's so funny. Hits, claw, raid, chainmail, fast. Leave me alone. Okay, moving on. Well. Well. Hey, Ring of Blades, boss fight. Maybe their health is getting melted. Back it up.
Sorry.
Can we at least get a portal back?
Oh. Log out. Back in. Alright, folks. 1 down, 1 to go. Not too shabby.
Yes.
Sell a pile of stuff.
Are you really going to play all the way?
See ya.
What is it, exile? I'm watching you.
God's willing.
God's willing, you say?
Yeah, sure. Hey, Diala, take this life here.
We don't know.
Alright, folks, time to run around like a maniac in the woods. One of my specialities.
I'm random.
Hi, random. I'm dead.
You know what we're gonna have to do? We're gonna have to stream us playing Lorcana, aka you playing Lorcana and me being top how.
Okay. What a massive waste of time. Why would they do that? Don't look, this is the land of evil babies. Yeah, there's a bunch of like giant versions of the Mononoke forest spirits. Little rattler things. Yeah, they're like big guys. And the same little vibrating mask thing. Let's see if I can find some.
Let's see if I can find some.
See, look, right here.
Open one.
Oh, God.
They're straight from Mononoke.
Melt. Burn and countryside. Okay. Moving on.
Speaking of Miyazaki, if anyone here hasn't seen The Boy and the Heron yet, fix your life because it's such a good movie. It's my new second favorite Miyazaki film.
This is where it gets fun. Things that are resistant to fire, just blasting them forever.
Too much clutter. Too much clutter.
Oh no, we're stuck, everybody. No, we got stuck on the map. It is no bueno. We cannot get back over, which means we have to teleport out. Thought I was taking a shortcut. Somehow stranded myself.
What can we do for you?
It's real life. Supported skills have added lightning damage. Supported skills have base mana cost equal to 5% unreserved max mana. Supported skills gain added lightning damage equal to 75% of the mana cost. Alright, folks. We are doing a little theory crafting right here. Working on some stuff and things. Alrighty, bathroom break. Mission accomplished. Alright, going back through it again.
chat. We are finishing up Act 4 here. We are currently doing some super fun Arc Ignite shenanigans. We're just slowly melting everything in there. Upward. Poison, pass. Yeah, so we've got our ascendancy. We're like level 40. Every hit we do ignites. We've got arc souped up here. Yeah, I mean, we're just doing the Lord's work, so to speak. We've got an incinerate with some support. We've got arc with some support. Incinerate, combustion, flammability. Arc, arcane surge, control demolition. Archmage. We're going to teleport back. Actually, no. We'll go ahead and kill the boss, see what happens. Emphasis on try to kill the boss at least. Yeah, checks out. Alright, so back to town. Booyah. Chat, feel free to ask any questions. No such thing as stupid questions. Or if you're a PoE vet, you want to call me out on doing stuff stupid, want to give me the hookup, do it to it. Ooh. 2-stone ring, nice. 12% mana regen. Dang. 12% mana regen.
That's more of a percent than my phone has.
Let's see, 27 mana. Oh wow, this is a level 8 ring. What the hell are we doing? Oh, we needed the +6 to everything, I think. Yeah. I'm a dummy. We're in the middle of selling stuff. Lol. Focus up. Alright.
Fine.
Okay, so that kills... That kills what? Flammability. Okay. So that kills flammability. That's okay. We'll take it out. We'll get another flammability. We'll figure it out.
ability. Hey, thanks for the follow, Rocket Man. So we got a bunch of new followers today. Really appreciate everybody. We are we're 11 hours in. Something like that. What are we, 8 hours in, 9 hours in? I can't even remember. We are many, many hours in on our stream. We'll put it that way. Dang it. Okay. Okay, so that spreads ignite. I don't think that does anything. Combustion support, which is what we're already packing. Incinerate. Flame surge. Okay. You know, I think I just want an Arcane Surgeon. Because we just keep running out of mana. I mean, efficacy support seems really good. Doesn't that seem insane? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
While we live, we are blessed.
Alright, chat. We are about to open up a new a new page in this book, so to speak. let's look at spell blocking. Staff blocking. Block while dual wielding. That's doable. That is doable. Okay, so I think the next place we're gonna go.
Is
Oh, got me good.
well, you always say that.
I think we need quick recovery. Quick recovery is 7% increased maximum life, 20% increased mana regen rate, regenerate 0.8 life per second. That seems pretty good to me. %12 mana. $20 mana, 20 intelligence. Arcane Will seems pretty good. 30% increased maximum mana. That seems like a lot of mana. PoE does area of effect help arc. Is it on that? Is it 11?
It's 10.
You want to take one? Or 11?
Oh. I'm really tired, sorry.
Okay, so we're trying to make arc better. Spell chaining lightning. Here's what we can do. Let's look at chains. What have we got with chain? Anything to do with chains? That's 20% mana regenerate, 8% mana, 10% regenerate, and 30% increased maximum mana. Regenerate 5 mana per second. Seems like a lot. Let's reread Archmage Support. Support skills have added lightning. Support skills have base cost equal to 5% unreserved max mana. If that value is higher, it is. Support skills gain added lightning damage equal to 75% of mana cost if the cost is not higher than the max you can spend, which is fine. Yeah, I think right now the safest thing we can do is I'm gonna go for fire damage over time. What the fuck? Ooh. Okay. I think we got our abilities sorted out. We wasted a ton of time on that, but that's okay. This is why you follow a build instead of doing your own thing. Because whenever you do your own thing, you end up spending 30 minutes staring at a screen, confuzzled on what to do. Confuzzled. Alright, time to drill, baby, drill. Well, I don't normally get up until 11, and I want to do it for a long amount of time. Okay, so we are too weak to kill this guy. We're no good. It is a yellow little wispy thing. See those? Those are vivid. Oh my gosh, what a battle. That was insane for absolutely no reason. That was ridiculous. Alright, let's follow the yellow brick road. And I'm dead. Alright, Archmage support might be too good. Might be too strong. Let's think about it. Which one? It's literally the Wikipedia for Path of Exile. That's okay. Let us try overcharge and just see what happens.
Yes. Take care.
The belly of the beast.
It's not every day that Tobin comes with Lily. We even
doors are little buttholes. Nope. Nope. Alright, we are going through the Wildwood. We're over halfway to leveling up our Path to the Magi. We need 2,000 more yellow wisps from tree folk.
One of the bigger halls I've seen.
honor the goddess. This.
How about that?
Yeah.
Booty hole doors. I mean, these people are literally crazy naked chicks that shoot beams and stuff. It's like basically hell. Wow, that's just a massive dead end. Okay. Sucks to be me. Can't get a break.
Too much clutter.
Don't mind if I do. There are simply too many dead ends on this map. What is going on? I push up against it, look. A bit. when I push up against it.
Oh my gosh.
The bowels.
Be happy for me, sister. It's not often we get to erase our failures.
I've seen you play this game.
I'm supposed to.
Our mistakes can be our greatest achievement.
Yeah, bitch. I beat that ass.
Twice I've underestimated. It was Malachi.
Open sesame. Alright, another boss down. Yellow. Yep, that's what these are. See them? Follow the yellow brick road. We're almost wrapping our 12-hour marathon.
I just happen to use the time. We've at least got to rescue all the wisps.
Well, yeah. Yeah, they're money.
We honor the goddess.
Well, I kind of just meant that it'd be cool to see it completed.
No such thing as complete.
Well, to get all 4,000 of them.
Oh, yeah. That's a mission, and I have a million missions.
Yeah, but this one seems on the easy side and certainly creative.
Don't you just love a good pulsing tuber? Whoa! 4-link mittens.
What happened?
You're gone. Oh, horrible. It's okay. We'll make them work. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, hey, hey.
Knowing what you know about Brave Blood, what D&D class we should be.
IDK.
For some unknown reason, I keep coming back to like where.
Too much clutter.
Definitely.
On this day,
Oh no, what killed me? Oh, Bone War Portrait. Hmm.
Before we walk this path,
What does that look like? Because that's what it is.
Why are there so many booty holes?
Because I'm in the bowels of the beast.
That is true.
What can we do for you?
Checks out.
8 minutes remaining. I don't know why I'm counting everything, because it's fun.
Until next time.
up with something.
What can we do for you?
Be careful.
Clear it out. We got some sick upgrades. So now we got Incinerate, Combustion, Arcane Support.
Yes. Go where you are needed.
What can we do for you?
Spell Echo. Supported skills will up to 78 damage added fire against a burning enemy. That's a freaking good one.
Dang. Check you out.
Until next time.
Have fun. Alright, let's see what that does. Really turn the screws here.
The owls, night owls.
Ooh. My goodness, we made it. 8 hours. Congratulations, everybody. We made the full 12 hours.
Literally playing video games all the way.
Yeah, 12 hours. I mean, I took 2 bathroom breaks and I cooked a thing of ramen.
You better. I knew you took that.
Allegedly. Look at the speed that this thing fires off.
That is hilarious.
Alright, let's find some good over. What does that look like?
Wow. This is a lifeline.
Okay. Congrats. We made it 12 hours.
12 hours. Does that mean you are going to give your little fingers a
Yep.
break?
Alright, everybody. Thank you so much for the support. We're going to make a social media post in a minute. And we will see you on the flip side. Keep your eyes peeled in the Facebook group, BlackPoloSociety, for upcoming Facebook events, and we'll let you know when we're going to go live again.
And also follow my plushie page because
Follow
I
Good
am
as
on
New
fire.
Memories. Follow Good as New Memories on Facebook.
I'm on fire for Christmas. This is great.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon. Bye.
See you, peeps.